Oh, what a beautiful day at the Connery Sporting Facility, the Connery Cricket Centre here in Bastia, St. Kitts and Nevis. It's another day of the CG United Super 50 Cup, the Women's Super 50 Cup. It's a match day 3, a mouth-watering encounter between two stalwarts of the game, the Jamaica Scorpions versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas. The toss party is here with me. Captain Stephanie Taylor from the Scorpions, Captain Brittany Cooper from the Red Force Divas, and match officials, match referee Rollins, and a fourth official, Miss Sherilyn. Stephanie, you have the coin. Heads is the call.
And it's a head.
And it's a head. So Brittany has won the toss. Brittany, you have won the toss. What's your decision? The umpire needs to know what's your decision. That's the most important person. All right, so you decided to bat. What's your rationale behind that?
We played at Connery. We believe that Connery is a really good batting wicket. We want to put on a really good score. We know Jamaica have a really aggressive team and good chasing team, but we believe in our bowlers to defend whatever score that we put on.
And tell me about the team, as you mentioned, the bowlers and your batters. Tell me about the starting 11. Are there any changes?
One change from the game against Barbados. We have young KD Jazz coming in for Isaac. Yeah, so even younger a team today, but we believe in our youngsters that they will step up.
Having spoken about those youngsters, you're coming off 2 losses. What's the feel in the camp, considering they're that young and it's a learning curve for them?
They are disappointment in the team, but we know it's 10 games to come out again. We have 8 more games to go, so we're just hoping to start the winning streak today against Jamaica.
Britt, go well.
Thanks.
Steph, you lost the toss. Would it have made a difference to you?
Yeah, we would have batted first. I think the wicket is a good wicket. I think we've been in really good form with the bat. So hopefully, we come down and chase whatever target they make.
You speak about the bat. You must be well pleased to see some of your compatriots like Chanel and Chidin making runs in the tournament. What about the starting 11 for your team today?
Yeah, so Henry is back in the 11, which is a good sign. And Jessica missed out today.
Okay. And you guys, conversely to Trinidad and Tobago, you're coming off 2 wins. How's the feel in the camp? And I guess, again, you have a lot of young ones around the team. How's the feel in the camp?
The feeling has been really good. We just said not to get too complacent because we know whenever we play against teams, everybody wants to beat Jamaica, so we have to be on our P's and our Q's, and not to take those 2 wins for granted, and still play every game hard, and just come out and fight.
Steph, go well. Have a good game.
Thanks.
So the news from the toss at Connery is that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Divas have won the toss and now will take a bat first.
Pleasant good morning. We're about to see the first delivery of this 3rd round encounter between the Jamaicans and Trinidad and Tobago. The TNT Red Force Divas would have won the toss and they have decided to bat first. A pleasant good morning to you, Victor.
Good morning to you, Gary Pemberton, and to all our viewers, and special welcome to the Connery Cricket Centre with Trinidad and Tobago up against Jamaica.
So Jamaica will be looking to make it 3 in a row, and the Red Force Divas will be looking to prevent that from happening. So the Red Force would have won the toss and decided to bat. So we're in the first over, and it's Wilson who is bowling from the far end. We were told this morning by Dylan that he will name the far end the preschool end. So he decided that the far end will be called the Connery preschool end, Victor.
The Connery preschool end.
And so Victor is in agreement with that. So it's Wilson in the first over. And so it's going to be an interesting day's play here, Victor, because the Jamaicans have started very well in this competition. Last year, they didn't start out that well. They would have lost their first few matches. They only would have won 2 matches last year. They came second from the bottom of the table. And we see a ball which came maybe from the pad and has come down towards the boundary for 4 leg byes. So delivery on the leg stump came off the pad. 4 leg byes to start the Red Force innings.
Yes,
Victor.
and ill-directed, but as you quite rightly said, Gary Pemberton, Jamaica would be looking for the 3rd victory here today at the Connery Cricket Centre. They have won their first 2 games that they have played. They're up against Trinidad and Tobago right here, and I think Trinidad and Tobago made the right decision to bat first. Probably you might have a different view, Gary.
It's a good batting strip, always in St. Kitts, Warner Park or Connery. So not a bad decision to bat first. The Red Force, I'm sure they will want to make good use of that, of the fact that they would have batted first in the game versus the Windward Islands. They made 185, and the Windward Islands in reply made 186 for 8 from 49 overs. So the Red Force will be mindful of that. We saw a very good partnership for the Windward Islands that took the game away from the Red Force Divas. And so it's driven into the offside by Sao, and so she will get off the mark with 2. So we're in the first over of this third round encounter between the Red Force Divas and the Jamaican ladies. And the Red Force won the toss and decided to bat. And the other matches, Leeward Islands will coming up against the Windward Islands at Warner Park, and Guyana versus the Barbados team at the St. Paul's Complex. So those are the 2 matches in this third round encounter in the West Indies CG United Women's Super 50 competition. And so the Red Force would want to have a good start at the end of that first over. 6 without loss, Victor, in after the first over.
Yeah, and you quite rightly said it there, Gary, that these two for Trinidad and Tobago would obviously like to put a good opening partnership for their team Trinidad and Tobago. They're up against Jamaica right here at the Connery Cricket Center. A nice sunny morning thus far, but always cool environment here at the Connery Cricket Center, especially for the players out in the middle, as there is always that nice cool breeze coming from east to west, and we can see on the western side of the ground here the national flag of Trinidad and Tobago, the national flag of Jamaica, and the Federation flag of St. Christopher and Nevis.
So it's going to be the opening bowler from this is going to be Henry. As a matter of fact, Chanel Henry has been entrusted with the new ball from the media center end, or the National Heroes Park end, as was named by Basso in the last game. So it's going to be Chanel Henry be bowling to Ramnat, and so there's a slip, and there's a third man a point cover, extra cover on the mid-off. So the captain of the Jamaican team would have decided to ask Chanel Henry to open the bowling from the media center end. So last year when these two teams batted, Jamaica batted first, and they only got to 123 from 39.4 overs, and the Red Force got it with 9 wickets. So the Red Force would have won that encounter last year by 1 wicket with some 48 balls remaining. Got to 127 for 9. So they were looking to repeat that feat here at Connery as they get a single down to third man. So with a single, score has gone on to 7. So Victor, the Red Force will be hoping to win as they did last year, even by the slimmest of margin, by 1 wicket.
Well, and that was very interesting encounter of the last season, but just in a little reversal way, Jamaica is feeling first in 2024. They batted first in 2023, but most likely I am anticipating, and we are anticipating, a very good encounter between these two teams here at this Connery Cricket Center venue.
So as we indicated, the Jamaicans would have won the first 2 matches. They defeated the defending champion Barbados quite handsomely at Warner Park, and then they defeated the Leewards on Wednesday quite easily. The game finished before lunch, or just on the stroke of lunch, Victor.
Yeah, indeed, and that was an excellent performance all around by the Jamaicans. And no doubt, as you quite rightly said there, Gary Pemberton, they will be thinking about extending their lead in this encounter.
So we're in the second over of this third round encounter between the Jamaicans and the Red Force. And the Red Force have opened the batting with Shonel Sao and Samara Ramnat. Those are the 2 openers. And they'll be hoping to get a good opening partnership from these
the 2 batters are almost tall alike also too, Gary Pemberton, but I think the striker now is the taller of the 2, but they are both right-handers.
So it's going to be Chanel Henry bowling from this the media center end. And she got a single as he played it down to deep cover. So one more to the total. And so last year in terms of the run scoring, the highest run scorer last year was Kishonna Knight of Barbados, and she has since retired. And Joseph of Trinidad and Tobago. In terms of the highest individual scores, Kishonna Knight would have scored 144 last year.
Excellent.
As a delivery is pushing to the onside. And Jenaba Joseph of Trinidad and Tobago would have scored 90. And then Amanda Edwards of the Leewards to bring up the end of that second over. 8 without loss, the Red Force Divas.
Yeah, 8 without loss. So they're going along quietly, but some very interesting scores there, Gary. I mean, and when persons get stats, we will all like to see that carrying on process. Well, these two will have to carry on and try to build a good partnership for Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Centre after winning the toss here against Jamaica.
So Waysom will continue from that far end. Sao is the striker, and they will get a single. So the Red Force will hoping that they can get some good scores. As I said, Joseph would have made a higher score of 90 last year, and they were hoping that another of the batters will do likewise in this game. So it's Waysom to bowl to Ramnath, a full delivery. And there is no chance of a run. So we're in the third round game. Victor, we have seen, this is the third match we would have seen in terms of the outstanding performers. We know Jamaica would have done well. We saw an excellent batting display by the experienced Shadi Nation, who made a quick fire half century against the Leewards and then gave good support. She got good support from Rashada Williams. So we know in over number 3, and the score is at 9 without loss. The Red Force after deciding to bat. So we have seen good performances thus far, Victor?
Yes, indeed, and especially from Jamaica now, who is in the field. They have won their first 2 encounters, and here they are up against Trinidad and Tobago.
And Ramnath, he is pushing it into the offside. So there are 2 other matches that is being played. One at Warner Park, and the other is at the Connery Sporting Complex, St. Paul's. So Connery, Warner Park, and St. Paul's. In terms of the point standings from last year, Barbados would have won all of the matches, and they ended on 20 points. They won both the Super 50 and the T20 Blaze last year. So we have 1 delivery remaining in the third over, 9 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago came second with 14 points, and then Windward's third, Jamaica, then Guyana, and the Leewards. So Waysom will continue from that far end. Win over number 3, that's the final delivery. And it is driven into the offside. And they should be coming back for the second run. So 2 more runs to the total to move up the end of over number 3. It is 11 without loss, the Red Force.
Yes, and the Red Force going along quietly but safely, really taking their time and trying to understand the nature of the pitch. Well, they won the toss and thus far going along quietly, but both batters now having a mid-pitch conversation, no doubt working out what they should be doing to really consolidate this good opening partnership that Trinidad and Tobago would really need. But on the other hand, Jamaica will be looking to take some early wickets here, so this should be an interesting encounter between these 2 teams.
So it's first delivery of over number 4. Chanel Henry is the bowler from the media center end. So in terms of the run scores from last year, Victor, so Barbados had 3 batters in the top 3. We had Kishonna Knight, Hayley Matthews, she was the captain, and Aliyah Aline in the top 5. And Jamaica had Natasha McLean. And McLean would have made a total of 159 runs. And a good shot back down the strip on the onside. And they will get an easy single as McLean moving across to her left from the mid-on area. One more to the total, takes it on to 12. So you want to see the batters, Victor, making runs.
Oh, yeah, indeed. Well, 50 overs in a cricket match encounter, that's at least 300 legal deliveries must be bowled if there is no reason where play is halted.
So the bowler Henry, she's bang on target. So you want to see batters making runs and also have a good strike rate, because you will be getting bonus points as well. If you as a team get in excess of 200 runs, you get 1 batting point, and if you get in excess of 220, a second batting point is on offer. So you want the batters to spend some time in the middle, and not only spend time in the middle but also score quickly. As Henry bowls to Ramnath, she will get a single, just push it gently down to mid-on. So one more to the total, 13. So it's important that I think they run the bonus point is an incentive to get the batters to bat long and to bat as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that make a lot of sense, really, and it's in the batsman column to really stay out there and occupy the crease and score runs.
So they got through for another single, just had good communication, eye communication, just the batter Sao just looked up at Ramnath and they went through for another single. So the total has gone on to 14. We have one delivery remaining in over number 5. So Haley Matthews had a top score 72 not out. And for Jamaica, Natasha McLean last year had a top score 59 not out. So both McLean and Haley Matthews would have represented the West Indies. Haley Matthews is the captain. And Henry getting a delivery from his bowling to Ramnath to bring up the end of the over. Over number 4 has been completed, 14 without loss.
And Trinidad and Tobago too, Gary Pemberton, they might have done their homework, because remember in their last encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, they had a lot of miscommunication of the calling and running between the wickets, and they did lose a few wickets by the run-out route. Well, I'm certain today that they will try desperately to avoid that scenario reoccurring. They're up against Jamaica, who have won their 2 encounters, but that was a concern for them in the previous match. Yeah, the communication of the batters for Trinidad and Tobago was not proper.
Ramnath was run out in the game versus the Windwards, so they will want to get that communication right. So Waysam will continue from that far end, and she'll be bowling to Sao. So Sao also do want to get amongst the runs. And Waysam delivering the leg stump, loud appeal. It's given out, as a matter of fact. So delivery on the center and leg stump struck on the pad, and Waysam went up with an appeal, a persistent appeal, and Sao has been given out LBW. Well, Victor will have to decide on that. But it struck on the pad from our vantage point. It could have been umpire's call, Victor.
Well, quite right indeed, because one of the indications, and when we looked at it on the monitor of the leg before decision, it always gives me an impression. Look at the keeper. Is he moving down the leg side? Well, the movement there of the keeper was moving down the leg side. Why would the keeper then be moving if the ball was pitched between wicket and wicket? It meant then that he was anticipating to gather the ball going down the leg side.
So Sao has been dismissed.
Oh, sorry.
Sao has been
I'm sorry.
dismissed, and the Red Force losing their first wicket, and the new batter for the Red Force team is Brittany Cooper. So Brittany Cooper, the captain, is batting at number 3. I think in the first game against the Windwards, she would have batted at 5. So she has decided to come in at number 3. She's an experienced batter, Victor, and she wants to lead from the front.
Yeah, indeed. But in their match against the Windward Islands, Trinidad that is, and Tobago, they would have had a few run-outs, and like I indicated earlier, they will definitely desperately try to avoid that reoccurring. No doubt they would have made the arrangements as to how they will call and run between the wickets.
So Cooper will have to pay a captain's knock, getting a delivery fine. And Wilmot runs away to her right, will pick up and they cross for a leg by, so another extra to the total. So with that leg by, the total has gone on to 15 for 1. The Red Force winning the toss and batting, not off to a good start, Victor.
No, not after a good start, but a good start for the Jamaicans, who have won their first 2 encounters, and they will be looking to repeat their third here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
And Ramnath would want to prevent that from happening. And the captain is at backward point. That's Stephanie Taylor. She had an excellent game against the Leewards in the field and also with the ball. She had where she had a run out and an excellent catch against the Leewards. So, and she has already started to make runs because she made some 97 runs in the first game against the Barbados, the defending champion. And delivery on the onside. No signal coming from umpire Maria Abbott. So the 2 umpires in this game, Maria Abbott at the Connery Preschool end, and Javed Prasad is at square leg. So we have good conditions here at Connery, nice and sunny, and always, as Victor has indicated, nice cool breeze coming across the outfield. And the Jamaicans have made a good start. They have picked up a wicket. And Ramnath is still there. She opened the batting with Sao. Sao has been dismissed in this very over, the first delivery of the over from Wasom. She was out LBW. So the total is 15 for 1. And Wasom, she's in her third over, final delivery into the offside. So the over is completed. 5 overs gone, 15 for 1.
Yeah, and the bowlers for Jamaica, I think they have held a good line and length. That's obvious and would be pleasing to the captain and the coaches, really, that the bowlers have gotten it right early, and they've gotten that early result after Trinidad and Tobago won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre and batting first. There are 15 runs on the board, but 1 wicket has gone down. 5 wickets have been 5 overs, have been completed. And as you can see on your screen, the national flags of Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis on the western side of the ground. That is, well, we are anticipating a very competitive encounter between these 2 teams, but Jamaica has won their first 2 encounters, and thus far they are looking right now at this Connery Cricket Centre, looking very good here against Trinidad and Tobago.
So it's going to be Chanel Henry. Will continue from the media center end. And a good delivery. Beaten outside the off stump. The captain Cooper beaten by a good delivery, Victor.
Yes, indeed. And it would appear that it was a delivery just pitched on or about off stump and just going across the right hander. And luckily for Cooper, did not get an edge. The keeper gathered nicely. But it's also obvious to Gary, with this heavy pack offside field, no doubt the batsman might get ideas that the batter, will get ideas that the bowler's focus would be just on about off stump with that heavily packed offside field. No doubt looking to make a mistake in that area.
So it's Henry will bowl to the captain of the Red Force team. That's Whitney Cooper. She plays it down to Shadi Nation at cover. So you have the sponsors, CG United and Defabet. And you have now seen the placement of the advertising mats on the bowlers run up, Victor. The CG United and Defabet. So they were not there for the first 2 matches, or now they have been installed for the 3rd game. Wide the signal by umpire Javed. Wide delivery down the onside by Chanel Henry.
Yeah, and it's good that the CG United Insurance, who are the main sponsors of this women's regional 50 over series, and it's Jamaica up against Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Henry will bowl to Cooper. And Cooper is getting a delivery bang on target. She pushed it back down the strip. So the Red Force, as I would have indicated, they would have lost their first 2 matches, and it must have been a disappointing loss against the Leewards. Against the Windward, sorry, when they started a good partnership that took the game away from the Red Force team, and then they lost against the defending champion Barbados. So they would want to make amends here at Connery, and Brittany Cooper is pushing a delivery into the onside quickly across. Came through for the single return, came in from Waysam at mid-wicket, misses the stump, but he pushed it into the onside and was off quickly for the run and got it easily in the end as the throw missed the stumps.
Yeah, the call-in was early, but it was good backing up on the offside from the throw too. So you can see that the out cricket of this Jamaican team all around is doing well, because that could have been easily 4 overthrows, but there was good backing up on the offside.
So this time is Ramnath. He's on top of a short delivery, gets a single, and with that single, total has gone on to 18 for 1 with 1 delivery remaining. The Red Force winning the toss and batting, and they would have left out of the team for this game Kanisha Isaac, Shanice Pascal, and Brianna Harisharan. So delivery, no ball signal by the umpire. So first no ball of this game, and so no ball has been signaled by umpire Prasad. So and a free hit. So she want to make good use of this free hit, Victor.
Yeah, indeed, it's a free gift as a free hit. Only one way the batter can be given out is at the run-out route, and I've looked at that rule, and I think it.
So a free hit, and she's swinging into the onside, and White has someone to do across to her left, cannot stop it. So 4 runs from that free hit, and 4 has been added to the total, 23 for 1.
Yes, and good execution into the backward square leg boundary, earning 4 more runs. So the free hit brought value to Trinidad and Tobago. But Brittany Cooper, who is the captain for Trinidad and Tobago and is out there now in the middle, she will have to lead by example along with the other batters to prove that they were right in selecting to bat first, but not at this present moment with 23 for 1. But if these two can establish a partnership, then that from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, that will be good. But on the other hand, the Jamaicans will be looking to take more wickets and early as possible. Well, they have took 1 wicket so far. It is 23 for the loss of 1 wicket.
So Waysam, who has picked up the wicket, will continue, and the Red Force will be looking to continue to pick up the runs. That's another single. Bryce coming in off the back of the square fence, so another single to the total. Waysam has delivered some 15 dot balls. 6 runs have come from her bowling so far, an economy rate of 1.89. So she will continue from the Connery preschool end. Captain Brittany Cooper looking to heave a wide delivery, missed it. Wide has been signaled, so another extra. So we have seen the wides, we have seen the no balls, and no ball has been delivered on a couple of wides.
Yeah, and those bonuses always give a batting team an incentive, because 1 usually go to the total. If it evades the keeper, then you get 4 extras, and it all helps in the advancing their total Trinidad and Tobago.
So Waysam, delivery which is outside the off stump, and the captain Brittany Cooper allowed it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So this is the 3rd round encounter here at Connery, and so far we have seen a good batting strip in terms of the preparation of the strip here at Connery. No issues, good batting track. The batters, they have not really made good use of the strip here at Connery, and they will get a single down to mid-on. So women's cricket, it's in the early stages, especially in the leewards, and you want to see our players moving from strength to strength. Every year, as players, you would want to work on some areas of weakness and try to improve on that.
Yeah, indeed, that is so true, and the coaches would be in the positions of analyzing the various areas that they have to work on.
So a full delivery is pushed into the offside. Shadi Nation was diving away, couldn't stop it. And it will go into the boundary for 4 runs. A full delivery pushes into the offside. Shadi Nation diving away to a right at cover. Couldn't get to it. 4 runs to the total.
Yes, her timing was good and her placement was also excellent, and it did not use much emphasis on power. It was sheer timing and placement. So these two are the total now 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting first. So Brittany Cooper, who is the non-striker and captain, came in at an appropriate time.
So it's the captain, that's Ramnat, get a delivery down into the offside. And the total is 30 for 1, partnership of 16 from some 70 deliveries. So good conditions, nice sunny conditions here at the Connery Sporting Complex. This is the 3rd round encounter, and Jamaica looking to make it 3 in a row. So the over has been completed. Over number 7, 30 for 1, the Red Force Divas.
Yes, and Jamaica keeping things tight, and Cooper, the captain, that's Brittany Cooper, she's out there in the middle. 2 batters now having a mid-pitch conversation and obviously working out their ploy or the methods or the different techniques that they should apply if they're going to compile a good partnership for their team. And the captain, Brittany Cooper, is to lead by example. She will be on strike. Nice sunny day here, cool conditions, and toward the west we can see the national flags of Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis.
So Henry will continue from the media center end. Captain Cooper is the batter. She's in strike, and she's there with the other opener. That's Ramnat, and Sao has been dismissed. She was LBW to Waysam. So they want to put on a good partnership here this is the 8th over. We have all of 50 overs to bat. And Cooper faces up to Henry, looking to swing a short delivery into the onside. Probably came from the inner portion of the bat onto the pad. But a delivery where she was looking to make full use of it, swinging it over the vacant mid-wicket area, but didn't connect properly, Victor.
Yes, indeed. And one of the things that raises concerns, Gary Pemberton, is the percentage of dot balls, especially when medium pacers are bowling and the field is widely spread.
This time she will get a single. She guided it down to 3rd man. And the fielder down on the boundary looks like Ferron. 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 31 for 1 in over number 8. And it's Chanel Henry. She's bowling a 4th over from this media center end. So can't have cricket without the sponsorship, Victor, and we much appreciate the sponsors, the sponsorship. CG United is the main sponsor, supported by Dafabet. And these 2 batters for the Red Force, we're looking to give good support to each other and to try and put up a good total. The projected score based on the current run rate is about 202. If they continue to score at that scoring rate, and if they get up to 202 and bat the 50 overs, they'll be able to get a batting point, which will be very important for the Red Force. They have not, from the 2 matches, they have lost both matches so far in this competition. Big drive, peels off the outer edge of the bat down to Ferron at 3rd man, so another easy single to the total. So with that single, it has gone on to 32. So it's the women's Super 50 competition. And after this, we'll see the T20 Blaze, and all of those matches be played at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. 3 matches per day, 10 a.m., 2:30 p.m. and 7 p.m. in the T20 Blaze as Henry. And Ramnat is driving. We'll get a single. Wilmot at mid-off cannot stop the run. So another single to end the over. 4 runs coming from over number 8, 33 for 1, the Red Force Divas.
Yeah, and the call-in was early on that occasion, and the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have done their homework in terms of the communication. And as I was indicating earlier, Gary Pemberton, in that it's amazing, especially when medium pacers are in the attack in a 50 over encounter, and most of the times the field is widely spread. But when we look at the percentage of dot balls column, that also becomes a concern, because there still should not be that high percentage. Not saying that there wouldn't be dot balls, but the percentage of dot balls, it becomes questionable as to why so many dot balls with this field widely spread.
And that has been the discussion point throughout West Indies, and not only with the women's cricket, also the men senior team as well. They don't rotate the strike, they don't look to pick up singles. They are mainly looking for the big shots. We're not saying that the ladies here are looking for the big shots, but you would want to pick up as many singles as possible. And when the bad balls come, you want to also make use of the bad balls, because if 50 overs, 300 balls, if you can score as many deliveries, you could get up to 250 runs. So singles are important, and picking up singles as well would also show off the bowlers, because they would want to change the line to prevent you from scoring.
Yeah, and also to, especially if there's a left and right hander at the crease batters, then also to the bowler have to bowl to a different line, or even if it is two right handers or two left handers at the crease. Once that exchange of strike, the bowler would have a different way of thinking when he bowl into different batters. But if the bowler gets an opportunity to bowl at one batter for a good period of deliveries, then it's an easier option for the bowler to dislodge the batter.
So Wilmot has replaced Waysam from that far end. So Waysam has been replaced. He would have gotten the wicket. So it's Kate Wilmot bowling from the Connery Preschool end. In over number 9, 33 for 1. Kate Wilmot in the game against the Leewards, as she comes off the ball to Cooper, getting a good delivery. And there is no run, so Wilmot in that game against the Leeward had 8 overs. Leewards had 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. Waysam in that game had 4 overs, not 1 for 13. Watts and Taylor were the 2 bowlers who got 3 wickets each, and they would have won the Leewards quite convincingly, as Wilmot will bowl to Brittany Cooper in the air, down towards long leg, out caught. Down towards Waysam on the long leg fence. A short delivery on the onside, and she played it straight down to Waysam, who took the catch. And Brittany is disappointed that she has almost, well, you could say, given away her hands.
Yes, all the ball went straight to Waysam on the long leg boundary, just beneath us here at the media center end, and out caught. So the second wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Center. They are up against Jamaica. They are now 33, it should be, for 2 wickets, and good wicket to go down for the Jamaicans, in that the captain Brittany Cooper has to make her way back to the pavilion, being caught by Waysam on the long leg boundary. And Gary, the bowlers for Jamaica in their match against the Leewards, all the bowlers did had economic spells and also got wickets and kept things tight.
So Cooper will be disappointed, but she has to go. She has been dismissed at delivery on the onside. I thought maybe she probably would have wanted to do better with it, but she played it in the air and straight down to Waysam, who took a well-judged catch. She just had to move a few paces to her left. So Janaba Joseph is the new batter for the Red Force, and Janaba Joseph in the first game, in the game against the Winwood Islands, she would have scored some 9 runs, some 30 deliveries, so she'd want to do better than she would have done, or she did in that game versus the Winwoods. So she'll be facing up to Wilmot, who has picked up the wicket of the captain, a very important wicket. So she's faced the first delivery wide will signal by the umpire. Umpire Maria Abbott at the Connery Preschool end, signaling wide. So another extra. So the bowling has been a bit off target in terms of a few wides, but they have been able to pick up wickets. They have gotten 2 wickets in the 8 overs that they would have bowled, or 9.4 overs that have been delivered so far.
Yes, and you're right, Gary. They have been fortunate.
So Wilmot misses her run, and we also saw a free hit that was struck away for 4 and no ball. I think that probably the first front foot no ball that we have seen in at Connery. They would have no ball for height above the waist, a full delivery, but that was the first no ball, front foot no ball. So they get a single. So the Janaba Joseph is off the mark. She's on 1. And the total has gone on to 35 for 2. So the Red Force will be disappointed that they have lost 2 wickets. They would have been hoping to have gotten a good start from the openers. That was not to be. Captain Brittany Cooper batting at number 3. She batted at number 5 in the game versus the Windwards. And she did not do well. She only made 8. But Ramnath is still there. She is the opener. She would have opened with Sao, who was dismissed. And so she'll be hoping that Janaba Joseph will stick around with her and put on a good partnership, because as the way things are going, they continue to lose wickets and lose them quickly. You could see that the Red Force being dismissed for a small total. So Wilmot will continue. The last delivery over number 9, and a good delivery, beaten outside the off stump to bring up the end of over 9, 35 for 2.
Yeah, Jamaica off to a good start after losing the toss to Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Centre and getting 2 early wickets. So Jamaica continues to be successful so far in this CG United Insurance 50 overs regional women's cricket right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. There is also a game at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground and also at the Water Park International Stadium. But we are here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Brilliant sunshine right here. Nice and lovely day again for cricket, and we will all hope that it will keep this way throughout this encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and the Red Force. But 9 runs and then some 30 dot deliveries in her previous game. That's Joseph, who is now on strike, and she'll have to equate it much more appropriate in this particular innings. And that high percentage of dot balls, it can also become costly in the end for teams. Gary Pemberton.
So Selena White has replaced Henry from the media center end. So Selena White last year was amongst the wickets. She would have gotten some 12 wickets. So she was 3rd on the list in terms of number of wickets. Kiana Joseph got 16, and Elliot out of Barbados 13. White got 12, so she would want to continue to get wickets here for the Jamaicans, and she would have gotten 1 wicket against the Leewards. So she's bowling her first over from the media center end. So Victor, after having a good season last year, she'll want to continue with that good performance.
Yeah, she definitely like to be consistent, and she's going to make efforts in those stripes to keep it that way.
So that she's in her first over. And the Red Force are 35 for 2 in over number 10, currently going at 3.75 runs per over. And they will want to keep wickets intact if they are to put pressure on Jamaica, but Jamaica seem to be in charge, in control of this game so far. And Joseph is driving down to cover, where Shadeen Nation, the experienced Nation, is in the way, she feels. So Jamaicans have some experience in the team. Nation has been around for some time.
Indeed.
You have the captain
Stephanie
Taylor, McLean also. They have represented the West Indies in the air. Caught at mid-off by Wilmot. So another wicket has gone down. Janaba Joseph has been dismissed. Caught at mid-on by Wilmot, or mid-off by Wilmot off the bowling of White.
Yes, and I think that the Jamaicans have demonstrated too that they are around fielding skills and bowling. So collectively, they have really gotten it together now in a huddle and having the usual little conversation in that group, as you can see on your screen. So another valuable wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago. So it has not proven up to this point, Gary, that winning the toss, Trinidad and Tobago has proven them right. Well, it has more gone so far in Jamaican column, 3 wickets down, some 35 runs on the board.
So the new batter for the Red Force team is making her way into the middle, and things are certainly not looking good for the Red Force. They want to have a partnership, and the new batter for the Red Force team is O'Neill. It looks like Celine O'Neill. Yeah, is the new batter for the Red Force. So O'Neill,
and she being a left-hander, from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, they will be really hoping more so now, Gary, that they can establish a partnership. Where would they get it from?
So White in the first over has been successful. It was a good catch by Wilmot coming in from mid-off. She had to run in and then took it low down. So well judged catch by the medium pacer Wilmot.
Yeah, it was a very, very good catch indeed. So the all-around cricket looking very good, Jamaica, that is.
So wide be signal, delivery on the leg stump, just a bit off target for the new batter, O'Neill. So extras moves on by 1 and a total of 36 for 3. So they lost the first wicket on 14, second on 33, and now the third on 35. And in the game against Woodward, they lost the third wicket when the score was on 59. And so we have lost a third wicket on 35. Another wide delivery on the onside. So extras moves on by 1. So she would want to get back on the off-stump lines. The left-hander, so she probably has just need to understand that the line has to be different for the left-handed batter.
Yeah, and I think she's doing the ideal thing now. I always like to see bowlers bowl where they can see the 3 stumps at least. So she's going, it look like over the wicket. So she will have a better view, so she should have better control and direction. So let us see what would happen.
So she will go around the wicket to the left-handed O'Neill. Slow delivery, over extra cover, and it will go into the boundary for 4 runs. Give the left-handed O'Neill some room outside the off-stump. She played it in the air, well out of the reach of the field at extra cover, down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and it was nicely timed too, even though it was in the air. It was very clear of the fielder at extra cover and earned herself 4 good-looking runs. Well, Trinidad and Tobago would need many more of those if they should put a substantial total on the board with the might of this Jamaican batting order. And so far, with the ball having 3 wickets, 7 wickets still in hand, what Trinidad and Tobago would figure out to be a good total to defend from here on in, that's questionable. It's still left to be seen.
So in over number 10, 1 delivery remaining, and good defensive shot to bring up the end of over number 10. 41 for 3, the Red Force batting first.
Yeah, and we have seen some good all-around fielding by the Jamaicans this morning. We have seen some good catches being taken. Not the easiest of catches, but at least the last dismissal was a very brilliant catch. So to me, collectively, Jamaica and the first signal now of the first power play, and the Jamaicans really, they are collectively putting it together. I think the bowlers are bowling accurately. They have been well supported by the fielders, and when they get the opportunity to bat, they really put it together. So Trinidad and Tobago not in a good position at this present moment.
So Wilmot, who had 1 over from this team, made the center end, has been swung around to the far end, the Connery Preschool end. And Ramnath, who has been there from the beginning, would want to spend a lot of time in the middle. and take the Red Force to a respectable total, but they have lost 3 very important wickets, and that certainly will put pressure on the team, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and it is obvious between the two batters right now out there in the middle that they have to try and establish a partnership. But on the other hand, the confidence will be mounting by the Jamaicans having 3 wickets to their column at this present moment.
So a lot of work for the batters to do from the Red Force team. They would want to put up a good total. I've said that Jamaica didn't start the tournament well last year. They would have lost their first few matches. But now this year they have started excellently. They had that very good win against the defending champion. So they're in good position to do well this year. And Red Force, they have not started well because they would have lost their first 2 matches. And a good delivery, a bit more pace. And Ramnath was looking to guide it to the offside and was probably beaten for some pace, extra pace.
Yeah, and the bowler made an extra effort too, and it came through a little quicker than her normal deliveries. Well, Jamaica also too, Gary, they obviously would have come into this 2024 CG Insurance Women's 50 tournament much better prepared than last year, 2023.
Short delivery, and then the short figure of Ramnath got on top of it and just pushed it down into the offsiders. Preparation is always key if you're to be doing well in any competition. Not only you need to be fit as well, Victor. If you're not fit, you will not be able to spend a long time in the middle. You may not be able to bat 50 overs as an opener. You should be targeting, if you're an opener, you can bat 50 overs, but you have to be fit.
Yes, indeed. You have to be physically and mentally fit and concentrate for a long period of times.
So Wilmot to Ramnath. There's no run, so the total remains on 41 for 3. 1 delivery remaining in over number 11. So the projected score has dipped below 200 as the scoring rate dropping. They have lost 2 wickets, so obviously once you lose in wickets, then the scoring rate will also drop as Wilmot misses a run. And so 5 deliveries have been delivered by Wilmot without the addition of any run to the total. 41 for 3. And Wilmot is at the far end, or the Connery Preschool end. Ramnath will be facing up to Wilmot outside the off stump, over completed 41 for 3.
Yeah, and the thing is that once Trinidad and Tobago keep losing wickets, it means always that new batters would have to come to the crease, and also it would take a little of time for the new batters to settle in. But what also too is a good technique that now that O'Neill is just 4 runs, and Ramnath has been out there for quite a while for her 11, but that's irrelevant in terms to that the wickets are falling around her. But where would Trinidad and Tobago get a partnership from? Because they will be desperately in need of one at this present moment. Total 41 for 3. These two have a job on hand out there in the middle for Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss.
So it's another wide that's been delivered. So still in white after getting that wicket. That's been a bit wayward to the left-hander. So if you want to get back on target, back on the stumps, both try to bowl the off-stump line.
I think that has been an area this morning where Jamaica bowlers have been a little inconsistent. I think we have had quite a few wides as extras. But anyway, it adds up because the wickets are going down.
Taken on the pad, a loud appeal. And they will go through come back for a second run. Chance of a run out. And misses the stumps. The ball came off the pad. An appeal, keeper tried to stop it. That's Williams, but it went behind her. And they hustled back for a second run, second leg by. The return came in, misses the stumps. But obviously he was going down the onside, but White was appealing. And so the second run could have been close if the return was better or hit the stumps, but they got 2 runs. So white will continue. It is 44 for 3. And wild return by the fielder in the offside, that's Vanessa Watts at extra cover. Unfortunately, didn't yield an extra run or an additional run. So the total remains on 44 for 3, scoring at 3.88. That's the Red Force. They won the toss this morning and decided to bat. And Jamaicans, they have done well. Pick up 3 wickets. White, she has picked up one of those wickets. Not a wide delivery. So White certainly losing her radar here this morning, Victor.
Yeah, indeed, and the percentage of whites must be in the, probably I would like to believe it's in the double figures column right now, but our scorers will alert us. As
7, she has indicated 7
seven?
whites.
7, yeah, so that also too has been one of the top scorers so far in this innings for Trinidad and Tobago.
Slow delivery outside the off stump, and the O'Neill was looking to play at it. She missed it and taken by the keeper. So that's the line that White would want to be bowling.
Yes, indeed, Gary, and we have seen that has been an area where the Jamaicans have not been consistent in their bowling attacks. So, I mean, percentage of 7 white so far, but then the wickets column is in their favor. 3 wickets are down.
So the big figure of White will continue, and O'Neill plays it down to extra cover. Vanessa Watts is in the way, she feels, so maybe should be expecting some spin in the attack very soon, Victor. Vanessa Watts and the captain, Stephanie Taylor.
Well, the medium pacers, they have been doing a good job, and that could strike a good balance with some variety.
And we get a single as this forces down to the back of the point area. So 1 more to the total. And the fielder down on the wide third man area is Bryce. That's Abigail Bryce at wide third man, and she will come inside the circle at square leg for the right-handed Ramnat. Now she has been asked to stay back, so she will stay at long leg. And Ashada Williams just setting the field, making sure that the fielders are in the right position. So White will continue from the media center end. Good looking drive by Ramnat, and the over has been completed. So 12 overs gone, 46 for 3, the Red Force.
Yes, and Jamaica would be feeling very pleased with their start so far after Trinidad and Tobago won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre and decided that they will bat first. It's the CG United Insurance Women's Regional Cricket right here in St. Kitts, 50 overs, and their matches at 3 venues. The other ones are at St. Paul's Recreation Ground and at the Warner Park International Cricket Stadium, and right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, where Jamaica is up against Trinidad and Tobago. And so far, Jamaica has won their first 2 encounters, and obviously they will be looking to repeat their third right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Gary.
So Wilmot will continue from that far end. Should want to continue to keep things tight. 2 overs, 1 for 2. Left-handed O'Neill is onto the front foot, and there is no chance of a run. So these two came together and scored on 35. So they've added 11 runs and 11 important runs for the team, Victor.
Yes, indeed. All the runs now that they can get would be extremely important, because we have seen Jamaica before right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and their batting also look too that they have some depth in their batting, and looking at how they have performed thus far in this tournament, they came into it much better prepared than they were in 2023. In this 2024 CG United Insurance Women's Regional 50 over cricket right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So O'Neill getting a good delivery on the stump and pushed it down into the offside. So it's 46 for 3 in over number 13. So we're just coming up on the first hour of this encounter, third round encounter here at Connery. And the Jamaicans will be happy with the way things have gone. They have picked up 2 wickets after losing the toss, and they would have decided to bat. That's the Red Force. So 46, and they're presently going at 3.7 runs per over. The projected score is 184. So we have not. So Wilmot will continue from the far end.
Well, I think there is some concerns by the umpires that actually indicating to the batters, please not to run between wicket and wicket, especially if they have on spike boots, which would leave holes in the surfaces, obviously on a good length. But all seems to be okay now. The fielders have gotten into their respective positions. The umpire has tossed the ball to the bowler operating from the Connery preschool end.
So a short delivery, and O'Neill was on top of it and pushed it in front of her. So it's an important partnership for the Red Force. They would want these two to bat and play a long innings, put on a good partnership. The current run rate is 33.63 runs per over.
And also too, with 7 wickets in hand, what even from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, what is even more important if they can really bat the 50 overs.
So bad bit of feeling at mid-off would allow the batters to come back or to think about the second run, but she recovers quickly. I feel that mid-off was driven by O'Neill, and the fielder at mid-off didn't stop it cleanly, but she didn't give up an extra run. So there's a single to the total, takes it on to 47 for 3.
Yes, and as the first refreshment always coming up, no doubt we may have a cup of coffee or two right here in the booth at that juncture.
So it's peeling off the outer edge, and we go down towards the backward point boundary for 4. And Celine White running away to the right side to stop it with the boot. Couldn't stop it. And it has gone into the boundary for 4 to bring up the 50 for the Red Force as well. 51 for 3.
Well, and that is good for the Red Force getting now to their first 50, but 7 wickets are in hand. And what would they feel like would be a comfortable total that they can defend Trinidad and Tobago? But I think more obviously now, Gary Pemberton, if they can bat out the remaining overs left with just 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, they didn't defend 185 against the Winner Islands, so, and against the Jamaican team that has been playing well. The batters have made runs. I'm sure maybe 185 may not be enough against the Jamaicans, but cricket is a game of glory and uncertainty.
That's
And
right.
anything is possible. So we have seen a change of bowling from the media center end. Watts, who picked up 3 wickets against the Leewards, has been brought into the attack from the media center end.
And she was economical in that game. What were her figures like there, Gary?
3 for 15.
3 for 15.
from
How many overs?
7.1 overs.
Wow.
So she will go around the wicket to the left-handed O'Neill. Is a slip. There is a point. There's a cover on the boundary to cover. There's also a long off. On the onside, we have a short, fine leg, a back of square on the fence. There's a mid-wicket tumbling save by Celine White. And there is no chance of a run.
Has the miscommunication started again? That happened in the previous game. There was not good communication there, but luckily all ended well. There was no run out at that occasion, but they have been guilty in their previous game, Trinidad and Tobago, of having a few run out dismissal.
So what's in the first over? And delivery wide of the off stump. And O'Neill looking to play at it, missed it, taken behind by the keeper, Rashada Williams. So they're scoring at 3.82 runs per over. And still good conditions here at Connery for cricket. It's a flat and faster delivery. defended by O'Neill. So O'Neill is on 6, she has faced 15, and Ramnat is on 15, she has faced some 32 deliveries. Flighted delivery, but O'Neill just pushed it down to the offside, and there is no chance of a run. So 4 deliveries in the first over, being bowled by Watts from the media centre end, and the Red Force winning the toss and batting on a good batting strip here at Connery, and she's bowled. She's playing at the delivery just on the stump. She didn't cover off stump, but ball probably turned away slightly from her, and the off stump rocked back. So the Red Force losing another wicket. They are 51 for 4.
Yeah, and looking at the dismissal there on the monitor, you can see that she was not moving across to cover the line of the delivery and lost her off stump. But at that juncture where Trinidad and Tobago now 51 for 4, we're going to have some refreshment break at this time, whereby the ground staff coming out to do the appropriate gardening also.
So we're resuming after that water break. So Watts will complete her over. Ball to the new batter, that's Ramnarak. So the over is completed, and the Red Force in trouble, Victor, 51 for 4.
Yeah, they're in deep trouble here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Jamaica continuing their valuable performances so far in this CG United Insurance Women's Regional 50 tournament, and looking better and better as the matches goes on. But Gary, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss and decided that they would bat, and at this present moment they would not be pleased with the total on the board now being 54, but just 6 wickets in hand, 4 wickets going down.
So Wilmot will continue from that far end, and then we get a quick single as Farron coming in quickly but couldn't stop the run. She didn't pick it up, as a matter of fact, so they get a single in the end, and Ramnarak, the new batter, will come in to strike. So it has not been good going for the Red Force after winning the toss and losing their some 4 wickets. Sao was the first to go. LBW to Waysam. Cooper was caught with some bowl. Wilmot for 8. Jinaba Joseph caught Wilmot bowl White for 1. And O'Neill just out bowl Watts for 5. So Wilmot He's bowling to the left-handed Ramarak, Ramharak, Karishma Ramarak, and the left-handed batter. So Ramnat has been there. She has seen some 4 wickets that have fallen around her. She's the opener, and she's still in the middle. So Wilmot bowls the delivery on the leg stump, and we get a single. Thinking about the second, but I feel the wide came in and had to return back quickly enough to prevent the possibility of a single. So it's Ramnarak just got the single, and Ramnath will come into strike. So Wilmot to Ramnath into the offside. So the total is on 53 for 4, being over number 15. 3.61 is the current rate. So still have good sunshine here at Connery. I've not seen any flights out of the RLB International Airport, Victor, for the morning. Things are slow at the airport today. As Wilmot bowls to Ramnath, she's pushing it down to Shadi Nation at cover, and there is no chance of a run.
Well, yes, and the morning we have not really seen or heard any flights leaving or incoming into the Robert Llewellyn Bracher International Airport, which is just to our west from this, the media center, and here at the Connery Cricket Center.
So Ramnath faces up to Wilmot. She has been there from the beginning. She's on 16. So she's in search of someone to stick around with her. Victor is 15 overs completed, still have 35 overs remaining, but the Red Force have lost 4 wickets.
Yeah, and that is the relevant thing about 50 overs. Here is it 4 wickets already gone down for Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss here against Jamaica. But so many more overs and or legal deliveries, if per se you prefer to use that phrase, to be bowled. So the batters have a lot of deliveries to face, and really, to me, in 50 overs cricket, there's not much pressure on batters psychologically. At least no silly mid on, no silly mid off. The field widely spread, so there is an opportunity to get some form of run. If it's not a boundary, you can be getting your ones and your twos. But how prepared are the batters to look for those ones and the twos?
So it's a long conversation between the two batters. Maybe Ramnath is encouraging Ramarak to stick around there. They get a single into the onside, so 1 more to the total. So it was a long conversation at the start of that over. Victor, maybe Ramnath is saying to Ramarak, please spend some time in the middle so at least we can put on a good partnership.
Well, and I believe you said the correcting there. Please put on. Let us that out in the middle, that they need really Trinidad and Tobago to put a partnership together, but Jamaica is in full control.
So Ramnath has been there from the beginning. She just pushed the delivery down to mid-off where Wilmot is in the way. And she would have taken the catch to dismiss Joseph at mid-off. That's Wilmot, so they get a single down towards backward point. The experienced Shadi Nation has to run away to her right and back, and they got a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 55 in over number 16. So they're just going at 3.55 runs per over. So the Red Force would want to get up to somewhere close to 150. That may not be enough. Watts around the wicket, and Ramnath is into the offside. The last year when they played, the Jamaicans batted first and only made 123, and the Red Force got to the target with 9 wickets down. So it was a close game at the sporting complex in St. Paul's. This time around, the Red Force batting first, and they are 55 for 4. So they want to get up past that 125, 130. Still have lots of overs remaining. We're in over number 16, 34 overs remaining after this. So Watts is in a second over, one delivery remaining in over number 16. And thinking about a single, that's Ramarak, but he was sent back by Ramnat to bring up the end of the over. Over number 16 completed 55 for 4.
And what Trinidad and Tobago could ill afford at this particular moment of the game is any run outs. 4 wickets already gone down, 55 runs on the board. Both batters now having a mid-pitch conversation after that over has been completed, Gary.
So Ramnat, she was run out in the game against the Windward, so she is mindful of that, and she was holding her crease, as we would say colloquially. Victor, that is the runabout just outside the ground.
Yes, and that one also too leads you to different parts of the island. First of all, it can lead you going into Keon or from Keon into Bastair.
So Ramnarat is getting a single. Good stop by Stephanie Taylor with the boot on away from the backward point area. So another single to the total takes it on to 56 at the start of over number 17. So we're located close to the RLB International Airport. There's a roundabout just outside there, and then the scenic railway as well. The starting point is just outside here as well, Victor.
Yes, indeed.
So Wilmot will continue from that far end, and he will play it down towards backward point for 4 runs. Waysome coming across to her left, couldn't get to it. It was short outside the off stump. It was in the air but well out of the reach of Stephanie Taylor at backward point and down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and even though the fielder on the long leg boundary, it was placed nicely, and in the outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre, very quick, so it raced into the third man boundary, and another 4 runs to Trinidad and Tobago. Well, they will need many more of those boundaries if they should put themselves in a position to put a reasonable total on the board. Well, at this particular moment, it doesn't appear like they will get to the 200 run mark.
So they are 60, and they will add another single to that. So another single to Ramarak. As Karishma Ramarak, she with that single has gone on to 7. So Ramnath has been there for some time. She comes back into strike, so she was the opener. So in that game against the Windwards, Ramnath got 28, and she faced some 53 balls, and she's now on 18. Deliver outside the off stump. She's not going to be interested. It allows her to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So Ramnath seems as though she's willing to stick around and spend some time in the middle.
Well, yeah, because, and as you quite rightly said there, Gary, too, with that high percentage of overs still left to be bowled, yes, it is true, 4 wickets are down, 61 is the total, but if they can just stay out there, wait for the loose deliveries, no indiscretions, and really try and put a good partnership together.
So we're in over number 17, and Ramnath is behind a good delivery. So the partnership 10 from 18 balls, and Ramarak had scored 7 out of those 18. The projected score is 181, which would be less than they would have scored or would have made when they played against the Windwards, and the 185, that was not enough as the Leewards the Windwards got to the target, and the Ramarat went after Wilmot into the offside. Nation has some running to do, and she will pull it back. They're going to go back for the 3rd one as the return comes in a high return, not taken by Wilmot, and we're able to go back for 3 runs. Well run runs by the batters.
Yes, indeed, and well, much better communication too in getting 3-1. And that is the thing for Trinidad and Tobago here on in, is to really try and get every available possible run that they can get, because everyone will count here on in. But as we have been saying, Gary, that with the percentage of overs still to be bowled, yes, it is true, 6 wickets are in hand, but if these two can really put a partnership together, and they can be seeing themselves at least getting closer in playing out the remaining overs. And that also, too, Gary, in this tournament becomes an issue for the coaches to look at the percentage of overs being bowled to teams in this CG Insurance 50 overs competition where a lot has not reached the 50 over mark.
So Watts has gone over the wicket. So we tell you in the first innings, Ramarak batted at number 9, and now she's batting at number 6. So some changing up of the batting order by the Red Force, because the captain Brittany Cooper batted at 5 in the first game, and she came in at number 3. So some flexibility in the batting order. And they are hoping maybe the fact that they have brought up Ramarak, that she can spend some time in the middle with Ramnath, who has batted well. She's on 21 from 44. Watts bowled a flighted delivery and has been driven into the offside. They're gone through for 1, but they settled for a single as the fielder came across from the deep cover area. She picks up, and that's Chanel Henry. So we've now seen the first flight of the morning leaving the RLB International Airport. Victor will tell us which flight is that, as Watts goes around the wicket and push back down the strip on the offside. So 65 for 4 in over number 18. The Red Force winning the toss and batting. They would be disappointed in the fact that they have lost 4 wickets. Jamaica will be happy they have picked up the wickets, and they want to continue the winning ways. They have won the first 2 matches, and they'll pick up a single. And the Red Force, I'm sure, wouldn't want to lose a 3rd in a row. But for now, the Jamaicans seem to be in charge. So with that single, total has gone on to 66 for 4. And Watts will go over the wicket to bowl to Ramnath down towards the backward point. Fairwan is in the way, over completed. 66 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yes, and the last flight that just left is heading for the VC Bird International Airport in Antigua. So I just called the meteorological office, and they indicated to me that that was the flight that just left the Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport.
Well, I know that Victor has some contacts, so that's why I indicated that he will tell us the flight and where it is heading. But the over here has been completed, over number 18, and the Red Force has 66 for 4 with a projected score based on the way they're scoring of 184. Stephanie Taylor ringing the changes. Now Shadeen Nation has been brought into the attack from the far end.
Well, what is more important from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view at this particular moment to me, Gary, if they can bat out the remaining overs with 6 wickets in hand.
That is a huge ask for the bat out the remaining overs, but that would be a good achievement if they are to do that. But a single from the first delivery from Nation takes the score to 67 for 4. So Nation is bowling a first over from the far end. So we have all of 31.5 overs remaining. We have not seen teams batting out the 50 overs. Red Force batted 48.2 overs in the game against the Windwards. A wide has been signaled by umpire Maria Abbott at the far end. So another extra has been added to the total. Another wide. So we have seen a number of wide deliveries.
Yeah, the percentage is
being delivered in this match. And the Windwards batted 49 overs to score the 186. So Nation will continue from that far end. So Nation against the Leewards had a very good knock. She made 61 from some 29 deliveries, and she got good support from Rashada Williams, who made 29, driven straight back on the strip. And Nation looking to stop it. She fell in the process, a single to the total, 68 for 4 wickets, the Red Force. And Ramnath with a single has gone on to 23. She has batted well, and she has been holding her own in the middle for the Red Force. Trying to hold things together for the Red Force team and hoping that Ramarak will stick around. And another wide delivery. So Extras moves on by 1 to 69. The Nation is bowling a first over from the far end. And you have McLean at extra cover, and the delivery was played in the air, but dropping well short of McLean at extra cover. Yes, presently scoring at 3.75 runs per over. On the leg stump we get a single at least, as Celine White has some running to do. So they get a second run, as Celine White has to run down towards the deep back of the square area. So 2 more to the total. They move into 72. 72 for 4, with 1 delivery remaining in over number 19. So still sunny conditions here at Connery. And the Jamaicans looking to tighten the screws on the Red Force. Over is completed, 72 for 4, Red Force.
Well, and the only thing, or the obvious thing about the Jamaicans here feeling first against Trinidad and Tobago is that they have been guilty of bowling a high percentage of wides. In a short while, our scorers will tell us how many wides presently this innings has constituted. Pardon? Nine wides, Gary. That should be a concern for the Jamaican bowling attack in terms, not just in this innings, but also in the matches that they will have to play upcoming, that they will, it is obvious that they will have to work on those areas and cut down that high percentage of wides. Let us see what will happen in this over.
So Watts bowls another wide delivery. So Victor, just as you speak about the wide, another one has been delivered in the game against the Leewards. They had 5 wides, but I think was a wide that went for 4. So just 1 wide was actually delivered in that game against the Leewards, but they have now bowled 10.
10 wides, yes.
And so they will want to tighten up. They will be pushed into the offside. Tumbling save at extra cover. So it is time. So the Red Force will want to get a good partnership as Watts will want to break it. A full delivery into the onside over mid-on. And it will go close to the boundary. McLean has some running to do. And she pulls it back just inside the ropes. And it calls for 2, thinking about the third. But 2 runs to the Red Force teams. They get on to 75.
Well, 2 good looking runs, and you quite rightly said. But the 10 wides now is in the column of the bracket of the top scorers. Column 2, it's within that sector, it's 10 wides, and obviously the Jamaican coaches will work on that area.
So Ramnath was look good. He's on 25 from 51, and Ramarak has given good support since she has come to the middle. She's on 11 from 15 and scoring pretty quickly as well. Has a good strike rate, Ramarak. And Ramnath faced it up to Watts and looking to force into the offside. Misses, taken by the keeper. So we have 2 deliveries remaining in over number 20. The Red Force, after winning the toss, decided to bat. And the delivery keeping a bit low on the off stump to bring up the fielder at extra cover into play. So that's Bryce at extra cover, Abigail Bryce. At the mid-off we have Wilmot, Kate Wilmot, and Vanessa Watts in the air. That's Ramnath, plays it to the left of the extra cover. And we get a single to move up the end of the over. 76 it is for 4 after 20.
Yeah, Ramnath really need the support of the other batters. She's been out there a while, and no undue risk, and really looking good so far. But the Jamaicans and the coaches, obviously, they will recognize and realize going forward that they will have to work on their bowlers to cut down the percentage of the amount of wides that they have been bowling. That's Jamaica, 10 wides so far in the innings of a total of 76. 4 wickets are down. But what is even more relevant or important from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view is that if they can really bat out the remaining overs, whatever total they would get to, if they can do that, it will serve them much more value in defending the total than to be bowled out before the overs have been completed. But like as Gary Pemberton have been telling our viewers, that so far in the tournament too, a lot of the completed matches have not gone to the 50 overs extent, which it should go to. But in any way, we are keeping hope alive here at the Canary Cricket Centre that Trinidad and Tobago may just bat it out and make it much more competitive for the Jamaicans when they get the opportunity to bat.
So Nation will continue from that far end, the preschool end, and they will get a single as he plays down into the offside. So another run to the total. 77 it is for 4 wickets. The Red Force winning the toss and deciding to bat here at Connery. So Nation is in her second over, and Ramarak will get a single. Just playing around the corner. Wait to see the signal from the umpire, leg by. So another extra to the total. It goes on to 78. 78 for 4 in over number 21. So Ramnath, who has been there since the start on 27. She opened the batting with Sao, and she has batted well. She's looking for the single. And the fielder down at mid-off was found napping. That's Ferron, was caught on her heels as they was played down to her. She was a bit deep as well. And then they went through for the single. One more to the total. It has gone on to 879. 79 for 4 in over number 21. The left-handed Ramarak comes into strike. Dabbing at the delivery outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. And the umpire Abbott is just indicating to Shadi Nation that she might be coming a bit close on the pitch and she needs to stay away from the danger zone. The flat and faster delivery. McLean couldn't pick it up cleanly, and they will get a single. No single to the total. A chance over extra run, but the keeper quickly into the offside to stop it and prevented any possibility of a second run. So 80 it is for 4 wickets in over number 21, and the projected score is 192 based on the run rate that the Red Force have at the moment. And the Nation will continue from the far end. Second over, none for 9. Ramnath spending some time in the middle, we get another single. Fielder down on the boundary, send the return on the bounce. That's Waysome. So over is completed. 81 for 4 wickets after 21.
Well, these two, they are consolidating a position for Trinidad and Tobago here at the Connery Cricket Centre, building a partnership between the two of them. And Trinidad and Tobago would really need a most valuable partnership, and even more valuable that they can bat out the remaining overs. But with 6 wickets in hand, we can never tell what might be the outcome. But these two are looking good so far, Gary. 81 on the board, 4 wickets down. Well, here is an opportunity for them to really try their uttermost best to keep scoring, keep exchanging the strike. So every bowler will have different options when you're bowling, not too often to the same batter, but as we speak, the experience. Stephanie Taylor, the captain, is coming into the attack from the media centre end here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So she's looking to break this partnership. Beaten outside the off stump, a lot of appeal for stumping. She's out. First delivery of Stephanie Taylor. Ramnath came onto the front foot, and the base were removed. The appeal went up, and she is out. A stump off the first delivery of the Red Force. It might have just dragged her back foot out of the crease, but she seemed a bit disappointed. The umpire decision is final, and Ramnath has finally been dismissed. 81 for 5, the Red Force.
Yeah, and really, the confident appeal from the wicket keeper right away. Trinidad and Tobago finding themselves into further trouble after winning the toss. And batting first here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
58 deliveries. Batted at number 8. And she made 59 from 39 balls. So she has some ability with the bat. And she would want to spend some time in the middle. But they're under pressure.
Well, and her innings too is one which propelled Trinidad and Tobago to get up, where they got up to the 185 that they eventually scored. But the Windward Islands, in chasing that total, they really did it convincingly and most appropriately. But let us see if she can repeat it here now for Trinidad and Tobago in a similar situation where they really need runs and a partnership, but more so. With 5 wickets in hand, how many more runs can they get that they can feel comfortable to defend?
So Taylor getting the wicket with her first delivery. And beaten outside the off stump by another good delivery from the captain Taylor. So she picked up a bang on target on the line in terms of good line on the off stump, picking up the wicket with the first delivery. And the big figure of Kirby just punching it down to deep cover, and she's off the mark. So with that single, total has gone on to 82 for 5. So a good little partnership was broken, partnership of some 30 runs between Ramarak and Ramnath. Ramnath has been dismissed for 29, so she made 28 against the Windwards, and she made 29 this time around. She faced 58 deliveries, 58 balls. Last match she faced 53. So she has spent some time in the middle, but she just want to go on. Just would like to go on after batting for so many deliveries. So Stephanie Taylor is in her first over, and she has picked up a wicket. In the game against the Leewards, Stephanie Taylor got 3 wickets, 3 for 16 from her 7 overs.
Wow.
So she has been having a good all-around season. Last year she didn't have a pretty good, a very good season with the bat. But she has started well this year, and she's bowling well and making runs. So over is completed. It is 82 for 5.
No. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yes, and really, Stephanie Taylor has a wealth of experience and brought herself in as the captain during the change and got the result, got a wicket. So half of the wickets going down for Trinidad and Tobago. That's 5 wickets down, 82 runs on the board. So Trinidad and Tobago, after winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre, they definitely would not be pleased with the position they have found themselves into against this Jamaican attack. Well, Kirby, who batted well in that game and got herself a half century, from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, Gary, they would definitely need her to rise to that occasion or even make a better half century in this innings.
They have lost 5 wickets, and she's a hard hitting batter, and Nation is bowling to her from the far end. And she will get a single, knocked down by Stephanie Taylor at backward point. They're going to come back for the second run, as Wayston was a bit slow coming in off the backward point boundary. A shot was played into the offside, and the captain Stephanie Taylor at backward point was diving away to the right. He got a hand to it and would have taken off some pace off of it, and the Wayston came in, couldn't stop the second run. Wide to be signaled by umpire Abbott. Delivery strained down the onside by Nation, so another single to the total, and the Red Force would accept those extra runs.
Yes.
Full delivery, and we'll get a single. Let's wait and see if there's any signal from the umpire. A bye has been signaled. So with that single, it has gone on to 86 for 5 in over number 23. Projected score 192.
Well, with the projected score 192, that being Trinidad and Tobago would be struggling, first of all, to get a batting point. Can they get to the 200, Gary?
As Nation into the offside, that's Ramarak. She has gone to for the first round, thinking about the second. So they'll do well to get up to the 200 mark, Victor. They need a good partnership.
Yes, indeed. And seeing how Kirby did bat it in the last game, we know that she has good shot selection, good power, especially strongly built, and anything up in her half, she's gonna have a go at it.
So an appeal. The ball goes down into the offside. So it's 87 for 5 in the 23rd over. And the Red Force, after winning the toss and batting, have lost half of the lineup so far. Nation bowls a full delivery into the offside, down towards back with a point. Waysam has some running to do. She will not pull it back. 4 runs, a full delivery and punish. So with that 4, the total has gone on to 91.
And Kirby, you cannot bowl loose deliveries to Kirby, and she has capitalized on that loose delivery and struck it into the deep point boundary for 4. And if she stays out there for many deliveries, well, Trinidad and Tobago could get definitely over the 100 mark.
So you get a delivery, went behind her from the on the portion of the bat. Wilmot Fields coming around to her right from long leg, a delivery up. She went for the drive, came from the under portion of the bat, went past the stumps for a single to bring up the end of the over, 92 for 5.
Yes, and once these two can keep exchanging the strike, it will even be more obvious in terms of what total they can get to, because no particular bowler, and Stephanie in particular, will have many deliveries to bowl at one particular batter. But Kirby would be on strike, and Stephanie Taylor, the captain, she will really have to come good to Kirby, because Kirby capitalizes on anything loose or full.
So Taylor will continue from this the center end, powerful drive, but good bit of feeling by McLean. Had a strong return to Stephanie. She had to pull her hand away as the return came in, but good feeling by McLean at mid-on as Kirby was going to that big drive.
Yes. Well, Kirby is not going to really stand for any nonsense out there, anything loose or short, and so forth. And she will take her chances. And really, this can be a difference to the Trinidad and Tobago innings also too, with Kirby at the crease.
So he's quietly in behind it, pushed it down into the offside, and there is no chance of a run. So Taylor will bowl to Kirby. Kirby is in behind it. So we tell you the game between Guyana and Barbados. Guyana 74 for 6 in 24.5 overs. Taylor bowls to Kirby, turns it around the corner, and there is no chance of a run. So that's the game. Guyana 78 now for 6 in 25.4 overs. As Taylor, he's in a second over. Big drive, misses. Taken behind by the keeper. And Gordon has picked up 3 for 11. Elliott 2 for 10. And Dean 1 for 35. That's the game. Guyana versus Barbados. So the over has been completed here. Over number 24, 92 for 5.
Yes, and really going along nicely, these two batters. And from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, they will really need to consolidate their position. Still lots of overs to be bowled, but at the same time, 5 wickets are in hand for Trinidad and Tobago, batting first here against Jamaica at the Connery Cricket Centre.
And the Windwards versus Leewers. Windwards batting first, 107 for 3 in 23.5 overs. So that game will go a little longer than Victor, you expected?
Well, who is batting first, is that?
The Windwards.
Okay, well, yes. Well, Windward's batting first. Oh, yes. That's an extensive game. It doesn't appear at this particular moment here, though, at the Connery Cricket Centre, that we may have an extensive period of play. That delivery looked a bit high. The batter is questioning it. It looked to me like look at it at the monitor, Gary. It looked like it went chest high, so I thought that should have been a free hit.
So Nation will continue to bowl to Ramarak. And she will get a single. So they're picking up the singles. That's the Red Force team. But they want to get many more singles and fours to put up a good total on the scorecard. 93 for 5 in over number 25. So we're coming up to the halfway stage of this encounter in terms of the number of overs bowled. And the nation is bowling a 4th over from that, the far end, or the Connery Preschool end.
Why?
Kirby is on 8. Delivery wide on the off stump. No signal coming from umpire Abbott. And this time she's getting it down to short third man. Still in white. Still in the way and prevents any possibility of a run. 2.77 is the current run rate. 1 run has been scored so far in the over down the strip. And we get an easy single. Down towards long off. Ramarak is looking for the second run, and Kirby turning blindly without even looking to see where the ball was, and was sent back by Ramarak.
Well, and a good decision, because Trinidad and Tobago have been guilty of miscommunication in their previous matches, so it has not caused any downfall in this innings so far, going by the run-out route.
So Ramarak will play it into the offside. We get a single. And the fielding completed by Nation down on the, or at Henry down on the deep cover boundary. So 25th over has been completed. 95 for 5. So we are at the halfway stage, Victor, in terms of both wickets and overs.
Well, and really the overs that Trinidad and Tobago still remaining in their innings, and 5 wickets are down. And we know with the reputation of Kirby and Ramarat, yes, she really looking good. And Kirby, we know what she's capable of. So these two have an excellent opportunity to try and really build a partnership.
So Ramarak is on strike, and Stephanie is bowling to the left-handed. You would consider an all-around. Is she considered an all-arounder in the TNT team, Dylan? Ramarak, is she an all-arounder in the team? Bats and bowl? Outside the off-stump. So she's primarily a bowler, off-spin, and left-handed batter.
Yeah, well,
she's on 15 from 26 and has looked fairly comfortable.
yes, indeed, she looks good.
Good drive, came off the hand of the bowler, went past the stumps. Kirby is the non-striker. She's on a 9 from 17. Stephanie Taylor is in a 3rd over from the media center end. In the air, over mid-off, down towards the wide mid-off area. McLean is giving chase, of course, for 2. Ramarak is thinking about the second, but Kirby is not interested. So 2 more to the total. And it has gone on to 97 with 2 deliveries remaining in over number 26. The projected score is 189. So Taylor will bowl to Ramarak. Around the corner, thinking about a single. Fielder comes in. Theron has a try at the stump, miss. The struck, and she's out. So Ramarak has been out from a direct hit from Theron, who came in quickly. The appeal went up, and umpire Prasad raising a dreaded finger. Ramarak seemed to be very disappointed with the decision, but she's out, run out, and the 6th wicket has been taken by the Red Force team. Victor, I'll leave you to make that decision. Make that call, Victor.
Well, the umpire has given it out, but from looking at it at the monitor, it appears to me that she made it in, really. So, well, the umpire closer to
so we can look at it again.
We can
Ramarak,
look at what you see.
from what we've seen, has every reason to be a bit disappointed.
Right, and that is the correct language to be used, because really, looking at it at the monitor, it just looked like
As a matter of fact, Victor, looking at it again, she might have been short.
Yes, because from our naked eye, from this position, It
If you
looked
could
like she was just a trifle
maybe
short. But the umpire
or
being in the best position, Gary.
producer can give us another look at it again.
Yeah, and we can look at it. Let's see. When the bat was grounded, it looked like she was just short.
Yeah, she's short.
Yeah,
She's out.
she's
Yes,
short. She's
out.
out.
So my
She's-
our apologies to the umpire.
Yes.
Made a
Well-
correct decision. So she's out. She probably disappointed that she came back for the second one and didn't really make it.
Well,
So-
and looking at it from our naked eye, from
Fair
this
one, fair
vantage point, from the monitor, it did appear so at first, but when we had the second or third review on the monitor, we saw where she just did not make it. So we truly apologize in that aspect, because the umpire who is closest to the play, and it's always a very challenging and difficult job umpiring,
So
officiating.
Samaru is the new batter. They came back for the second one. So the over is completed 97-4-6, the Red Force.
Yeah, and Kirby is there, and that should give the Trinidad and Tobago innings some hope. Once someone can stick around with her, because we know what she's capable of. She proved it in the previous game where she got over 50, and that surmounted Trinidad and Tobago, where they got up against the Windward Islands to 185. They knocked by Kirby, which she got a half century. But even more in the Jamaican column, those 6 wickets are down. 97 runs is the total. So the Jamaicans would be very pleased with their performances so far, apart from the wide deliveries, which were 11 that they have bowled. Outside of that, they have performed well collectively.
So it seems as though Watts has been brought on from the far end, from the Connery Preschool end. So she's bowling her 5th over. She has 4 overs, 1 for 8. And Watts is bowling from the far end. Good conditions, good sunny conditions here at Connery. Jamaicans doing well. They have picked up 6 wickets, and Stephanie Taylor would want to keep the pressure on the Red Force batting after they won the toss and decided to bat.
Well, and that has not justified their cause to bat first, but cause with 6 wickets already fallen, and there's 3 runs shy of the 100 mark, but Jamaica has really taken the initiative away.
Wide outside the off stump, she plays it down to Wilmot at backward point. That's the left-handed Samaru. And she's an off-spinning left-handed batter. Watts is bowling from the far end, so 6 wickets have been taken by the Jamaican team. So the Red Force certainly are under pressure. They're only in over number 27, coming up on 10 minutes to midday. So Watts will go over the wicket as indicated by umpire Maria Abbott, who is doing duties at the far end. O'Neill is not yet off the mark. She will remain on 0 as the ball is pushed down to mid-off. Down to Bryce, who fields. And there is no chance of a run. So Red Force certainly not doing as well as I'm sure they would have wanted after winning the toss on batting. The ball plays down to short fine leg. Over is completed. Over number 27, 97 it is for 6, the Red Force.
Yes, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have found themselves in some really deep trouble here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and Kirby and the other batter just having a few words with each other, no doubt. We're in the situation and saying to each other, we have to try and bat out these overs. Well, we can see the picture just outside in the National Heroes Park, just be to the back of the media centre in here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Taylor will continue, this time to Kirby. Powerful drive, but Ferron is in the way at backward point. So we're in the start of over number 28. And Jamaica certainly doing well. They have won the 2 matches that they have played so far, and in good position to probably win this as well. As Kirby is guiding it down to 3rd man. She's going to come back for the 2nd, as Ferron has some running to do down toward the 3rd man area. So they have had enough time to cross for 2. So with those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 99 for 6 wickets. And Stephanie Taylor is in her third over or fourth over bowling from the media center end. So Kirby gets a bouncing delivery, plays it down to, well, it goes bouncing down to extra cover where McLean is in the way and she feels. And there is no run, so Guyana has progressed to 92 for 6 in the 38th over. And we're in over number 28 here at Connery. Flatter faster in the air, down towards the fielder coming off the boundary. It will drop in front of her. That's Henry. And she took it on the bounce, so one more to Kirby. Went into a big drive, came off the outer portion of the bat, went high in the air. Down towards Henry on the deep cover boundary for a single. So 100 has come up with a single. So 100 in over number 28, 27.5. And the Red Force bringing up the 100, but they have lost 6 wickets. Guyana is on 93 for 6 in the 30th over. On the leg stump off the pad. And they will get what should be a leg by. Umpire Javed will signal in a minute. No signal coming from the umpire, so obviously coming from the bat onto the pad. Over completed number 28, 101 it is for 6. The Red Force, the Wisdom 1 for 12, Elliot Wilmot 1 for 18. And the current run rate is 3.61. So Stephanie Taylor will continue from the far end. And that's Watts, sorry. Stephanie is at first slip. Watts to Samaru. She's pushing it back down on the strip on the onside. So the Windward Islands 121 for 3 in 26.2 overs. And that game is being played at Warner Park. And Samaru thinking about the single. She's on 1 from 8. And Kirby is on 12 from 23. 101 for 6. The projected score is 178. CG United, the sponsor, main sponsor for the Women's Super 50 Cup being played here in St. Kitts. And Dafabet is also a partner. So 2 matches have been played in the third round. So as in the first and second round, 2 matches have been played, 2 grounds have been utilized here in St. Kitts. In the air, down towards cover. Henry has some running to do. They will only get a single. So one more to the total. Takes it on to 102 in over number 29. So we've seen just the 1 run scored so far in the over from Watts. Watts is in the sixth over. 1 for 9. And so she will be bowling to hard hitting Kirby. She has not been allowed to get away. 12 from 23 balls. So not a very fast scoring rate by Kirby. In the previous game, she made 59 from 39 deliveries. Stephanie Taylor is making a change. She has gone over to backward point. And White has gone to a short third man. Kirby's taken on the pad and appeal. Umpire Abbott is not interested. So we're in over number 29, 1 delivery remaining. And the partnership is only 5 between these two. Kirby's on 12. The non-striker Samaru, she's on 2. Good sunshine here at Connery. She gets it past the keeper, and the hands of the keeper going in the air. Maybe she thought the ball probably would have gone into the stumps. And they are coming back for 2 byes. So she was onto the back foot looking to play it into the offside, missed it, and went close to the stump. But the keeper didn't collect to bring up the end of the over, and they were able to pick up 2 byes, 104 for 6, the Red Force. So 29 overs have been completed. Nays Wisdom 1 for 12. And Watts has completed her over, and Stephanie Taylor We'll continue from this the media center end. So what's 6 overs, 1 for 9. She's making some adjustment to the field, asking the field that long off to probably move across to her right. You have a backward square on the fence. Taylor will bowl around the wicket. He plays it in the air and will drop in front of Bryce coming in off the long off fence. Stephanie Taylor seemed a bit disappointed with the effort made by Bryce. Maybe she could have come in a little quicker. She hesitated somewhat and the ball dropped just in front of her and they were able to come through for a single. 105 it is for 6. The Red Force, after winning the toss and batting, change in the field. The slip has been sent down to a short third man. Stephanie will go over the wicket to Kirby. Goes down to third man, short third man, where Watts is in the way she feels. So we're in over number 30. Red Force winning the bat within the toss and batting here at Connery. Kirby into the big drive, gets it down to Bryce, comes in off the long on fence, and another single to the total, which has gone on to 106 in over number 30. 3 deliveries remaining in over number 30. And the left-handed Samaru has come into strike. She's on 3 from 12. They feel that a slipper has been installed for the left-handed Samaru as Taylor bowls around the wicket. They will get a single as it goes down to deep cover where Waysome comes in off the boundary. But the batters had enough time to cross for a single. 107 for 6. 2 deliveries remaining in over number 30. And at the current rate, they will get up to 181. So the Jamaicans have done well to restrict the batters and to pick up wickets. And they have not allowed the hard-hitting Kirby to get away. She has been there for some 28 balls and she has only scored 13. Samaru is the non-striker. She's on 4. So keeping things tight, flat and a faster delivery. And that's what the Jamaicans have been doing. So the over has been completed, over number 30. So with 20 overs remaining, they only have 4 wickets in hand. They are 107 for 6. The Red Force with some 4 overs, 1 for 12. And they are presently scoring at 3.57 runs per over. Stephanie's last over conceded just 3 runs. And a message has just been brought out by the emergency fielder for the Red Force team. Also a drink of water for the 2 players out there. Maybe a message has been sent out, maybe 20 overs, maybe asking them to try and bat the 20 overs, Victor.
Yeah, indeed. They have to really try and stay out there and bat out the overs. And if they do that, it would be much more appropriate in the circumstances that they at least would get themselves a total that they can go out there and defend, because we could never tell what can happen in the outcome. But it will be more and better position that they can find themselves into, that Trinidad and Tobago, if they can really bat out the remaining overs.
So what will continue from the far end? So we get a single as goes down to short third man where McLean was at backward point, and she had to run down to short third man to her right. Another single to the total takes it on to 108 for 6 at the start of over number 31. And Watts is bowling her 7th over from the far end. Kirby has been kept quiet. She's on 13 from 29. The Red Force are losing wickets and losing quite quickly. Biggest partnership was 30 for the 5th wicket, and we get at least 2 runs here as it went between backward point and short third man down towards the backward point boundaries. The 2 more to Kirby. With those 2, Kirby has gone to 15. Total has gone up to 110 for 6.
Yes, and Kirby using the pace nicely there, Gary, and not trying to hit it too hard, but place it between short third man and point and earn herself 2 runs. So she's settling in nicely, left and right hander at the crease.
Watts Kirby into the big swing in the air, straight back over the bowler head, and has gone for 6. So this time she connected well enough to clear the boundary ropes at the far end. She went after it and got it high over the bowler head and over the fence for 6.
Yeah, and what was good about her selection is that she was hitting it straight down the ground and getting 6 runs, and that is the way Kirby bats. And once you go within her half, she's going to take her chances by looking to go over the top.
So this time she's defensively pushing it into the offside. So with that 60 total has gone on to 116. Projected score is 188. Partnership is 19 from 30 deliveries. Kirby will go for a single. Wilmot coming in, cannot stop the run. And so one more to the total. Takes it on to 117 as over number 31 has come to an end. 117 for 6.
Yeah, and Kirby called for the run early, so much better communication between the two batters. They have been guilty in previous matches for not communicating well with each other, but we have not seen many issues in that aspect. But what we have seen from the bowlers from Jamaica, they have conceded about 11 wide so far in this inning. So that too has made a contribution to the present total of 117 for 6.
So Taylor will continue, and we get a single at least. And Henry has some money to do a long way around to her left down at cover, deep on the boundary. So they were able to get 2 runs as she had to run from the cover down towards back with a point. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 119 for 6 at the start of over number 32.
And Kirby's shot selection has been spot on. She is not just hitting out at things or just going for the big hit. She is using good shot selection.
So she will face up to the experienced Stephanie Taylor. And Kirby as well is an experienced player. She just pushed it down into the offside, and there's no chance of a run. Kirby is in behind a good delivery, just pushed it down into the onside. So the Red Force, a good little partnership building between these two, just some 22 runs, and they will want to continue. And Stephanie Taylor sure to want to break that partnership. Throw back with a point, and we'll get 4. Delivery 2 wide outside the off stump, and she played it to the right of Ferron at backward point down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and Kirby was given the opportunity by Stephanie Taylor there, a delivery pitch wide off the off stump, and Kirby had all the reasons to extend her arms and bisected cover and point and earn herself 4 valuable runs. So Kirby's strike rate, she's going along quite nicely. She's 28 from some 36 or 38 deliveries thereabout. So keeping it going, but even more so, the partnership is very important for Trinidad and Tobago.
So Kirby want to stay there in the air, and Wilmot has some running to do across to her left. They should come back for the second one. So good over for the Red Force so far. They have picked up 8 runs in this over from Stephanie Taylor. Compliments of Kirby, so she has now gone on to 30 from 39. So she's increasing her strike rate as she stays longer in the middle. So he has gotten some 8 runs already in this over, 1 delivery remaining. She will not score, she will not add to that as the over has come to an end. So over number 32 has been completed, 125 for 6.
Yeah, and as we look at Kirby in this innings also too, as hard as a hitter she is, she's not just going at everything to hit over the top. Her choices has been good. The refreshment cart is now coming onto the field of play, so the ground staff also doing their grounds gardening at the moment. So we'll just take a little pause for cause until play resumes here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So welcome back after the water break. The Red Force taking a well-deserved water break. They're 125 for 6 after some 32 overs. So we have some 18 overs remaining. Slightly overcast here at Connery, but no immediate threat of rain. You have some high clouds. And so the captain of the Jamaica team, after the water break, has decided to bring back our medium pacer Wilmot from the far end. Wilmot was bowled 5 overs, 1 for 18. Will be coming in from the far end, and she will be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Samaru. Samaru is on 5 from 14. And Kirby was in recent times has been increasing her scoring rate. She's on 30 from 40. So Wilmot will bowl to Samaru. Full delivery in the air, caught. A full delivery, and Samaru played it in the air down towards back of the point, and Stephanie Taylor would not drop it, not today, not tomorrow, and never. Full delivery into the offside, caught, and the 7th wicket has been dismissed. So 125 for 7. So Samaru caught, Taylor, Bowl, Wilmot, and the Red Force 125 for 7. So important change, successful change made by the captain of the Jamaica team, Wilmot, picking up the wicket of Samaru. So Samaru made Samaru made 5, and she would have faced some 15 balls. So Jamaica getting another wicket. So 125 for 7. So Kirby is still there though. She's on 30 from 40. And the new batter for the Red Force is Kirbiana Alexander. And so she will be facing up to Wilmot. So successful first delivery after the water break. So after the water break, the Red Force losing another wicket. And Wilmot will bowl to Alexander. Past the keeper, down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Edge to the right of the keeper. Rashada Williams was diving away to her right, couldn't stop it. And it went into the boundary for 4 welcome runs to the Red Force team. And with that boundary, the total has gone on to 129. 129 for 7. So Kirby is at the non-striker's end as Wilmot, and it goes into the onside. So the Red Force, after winning the toss and batting, losing some 7 wickets, so we still have some 17 overs remaining after this. We're in over number 33, and it's been bowled by Kate Wilmot from the far end. She got the wicket with the first delivery. Wicket of Samaru, caught by Taylor. And Samaru made 5. So they put on a partnership of some 28 runs. That's Samaru and Kirby. So Kirby will want to face as many deliveries as possible and see if she can get the total up to and pass 150. Maybe even take it up to the 185 or even get up to 200 runs. So Kirby would want to get good support from Alexander, who is on 4. She got the outer edge which went down toward the third man area for 4. And Alexander is facing up to Wilmot, who will be bowling the final delivery of over number 35. The projected score 197. wide delivery will be signaled by umpire at the far end, umpire Abbott. So another extra to the total. With that wide, the total has gone on to 130. And this is the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup. And the Jamaicans have started the tournament very well, winning the first 2 matches. Stark contrast to what happened last year when they would lost the first 2 or 3 matches. And they will get a single. That's Alexander. She played it down towards the white. Third man will come back for a second as the Celine White down at the backward or the third man area went around to her right. Didn't pick it up cleanly. Over completed. 132 for 7, the Red Force.
Yeah, and they capitalized nicely on getting those 2 runs because the field on the third man boundary. They did not field cleanly, and 2 batters now having a mid-pitch conversation, no doubt working out more obviously that they will have to go deep into these overs with just 3 wickets standing for Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So Kirby is still there, and it's highly possible that once she can get the support from the other batters in this team, Trinidad and Tobago can go past the 150 mark.
So it will be another change of bowling from Henry. Has been brought back into the attack from this the media center end. So Captain Taylor is giving her medium pacers an opportunity to pick up a wicket or 2. Here she brought back Wilmot from the far end. She got a wicket with her first delivery. And now Chanel Henry has been brought in from this the media center end. And she'll be bowling to the hard hitting Kirby. Kirby is on 30 from 40. So we have a third man. There's a point. There's a cover on the boundary, extra cover. And a long off for Kirby. And she just pushes it back down the strip on the onside. So the Red Force, after winning the toss and batting, they lost Sao. And Sao was the first wicket to dismiss Cooper. Caught with some ball Wilmot for 8. And Joseph caught Wilmot ball White for 1. O'Neill ball Watts for 5. And Ramarock run out for 17. Kirby into a big drive, tugging it into the onside. And Samaru was caught Taylor ball Wilmot for 5. And at that point they're 125 for 7, so they have progressed to 132 for 7. And Henry is bowling her 5th over, done for 16, short, banged into the offside, knocked down by fielder at extra cover. That's Watts. Kirby was looking for the single. If she had gotten past Watts, then she would have gotten at least a single. So 3 dot balls so far in over number 34 being bowled by Henry from the Steve Media Center end. Kirby faces up, going to the big drive, misses, taken behind by the keeper. So Kirby is looking to go after the bowling of Henry in this over, Victor.
Yeah, and anything up into Kirby's half, Gary, she's going to have a go at it, and she tried, but luckily for her, she did not get a touch because the keeper, who has been keeping well, guarded cleanly. But Kirby is giving this innings lots of hope for Trinidad and Tobago.
As she did in the previous game. Flapping the square of the wicket, we get a single down to Ferron, who fumbles, but they were ambling through for a single, and Kirby at the last minute thinking about the second, but it was too late. You should run the first one quickly, Victor, as you have always said.
Yeah, indeed, and it was obvious there that if she was, in that instance, running quickly, then because the fielder at the deep extra cover boundary fumbled a bit, there might have been just an opportunity to capitalize, but all ends well, and really these two have an opportunity now to really bat deep.
On the leg stump, comes off the bat. We'll have to wait and see that she got any bat onto it, and wait for the signal, leg by. So it came off the pad, and went down towards the boundary for 4 welcome runs to the Red Force team.
Most welcome runs there for them in any form or fashion. So it goes to the total in any event. So it is looking, Gary Pemberton, at this moment, a lot much more respectable a total, even though losing 7 wickets. Kirby is there, and it's always the high possibility they can surpass the 150. And you can never tell what can be the outcome when Jamaica goes to bat. As good and as well have they been playing and have won their 2 encounters. Anything can happen in this game of cricket. But Kirby, she's looking good, continues her form. If she stays there, or if Trinidad and Tobago stays there for the remaining overs, Gary, they will definitely surpass the 150.
Well, the Red Force will be thinking last year they dismissed the Jamaicans for 123. So
Okay.
maybe they might be thinking we have scored more than 123 this time around, so we can
All right.
take that into consideration. If we bowl tight, we can put some pressure on Jamaica. But Jamaica have started 2024 excellently, winning the first 2 matches, swinging to the onside. It has gone for 6. She went after it. That's Kirby and swung it over mid-wicket for her second 6 of the inning.
Yes, and Kirby is a very strong, athletic woman, very well built, and strikes the ball very hard. But one thing we can say, though, obviously about Kirby, that her shot selection is spot on. Not because she's a hard hitter of the ball. She's not just looking to hit everything. She's choosing well, and she executed that one nicely for 6 over mid-wicket.
So it's 37 from 46 balls face. Short, he's guiding it. We get a single as White comes in off the 3rd man boundary. So another important knock by Kirby, as she
Yes.
did in the previous game. She's on 38. She started out slowly, but she has now increased her scoring rate.
And has placed her team in a much more valuable position in terms of the total, 7 wickets down. So if these 3 others can hold their own, Trinidad and Tobago can still find themselves putting up a respectable total.
In the air, chance of a catch. Who will take it? And Wilmot has taken a simple catch, a short delivery, and Alexander was looking to swing it. Came from the outer portion of the bat, went high in the air, simple catch. The 8th wicket has been dismissed.
I think she was deceived here with extra pace and bunks, and all she was doing was trying to hook it into the mid-wicket region, but a little quicker in delivery and pace off the pitch, and I think that what caused her dismissal. So the 8th wicket going down. Kirby is still there. Should Kirby be looking to take more of the strike now at this particular moment with just 2 wickets in hand? I think that might be an appropriate thing for her to do, because she is the one who has at least placed Trinidad and Tobago into a fairly good position from how they started, Gary Pemberton.
So they have lost the 8th wicket with the score on 144. So the new batter has come into the middle. So Kirby is on 47. That Force team. The 8. And they would have lost their 6 wickets with a score of 97. So 144 made match against the Windies. So the total that if they can hold tight, keep pressure on the Jamaicans, they could put up a good fight. In front of the keeper, by had into strike.
Well, and Kirby did the right thing too. She being the informed batter out there in the middle. The new batter in Michelle just come into the crease. So Kirby, instead of going back for the second run, decided that she will take probably this delivery, which probably could be the final one of this particular over.
So we'll not see for 32. He's swinging. That's Kirby. Again, with the single. Take the total on to 146. So with a single, Kirby has gone on to 39. So over number 35 has been completed. 146 wickets for 8.
Yeah, and Kirby did the appropriate thing by taking the single of the final delivery of that particular over. So when this over starts at the media center end, Kirby will be on strike. And Gary, another valuable innings by Kirby, again in similar circumstances, but on our monitor now we can see in the Report Zante area, we can see a cruise ship docked there. That's one which we are now seeing on your screen. But we can tell you, if those of you who might just be joining the view, it's Trinidad and Tobago here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and they're up against Jamaica.
Good shot. Down to third man for 4. It's outside the off stump. Just open the field for back. And played it down to third man, and the captain Stephanie Taylor at back of point. Probably a bit surprised that the fielder was inside the circle and not down on the boundary, but he got 4. And 4 good looking ones for the that seem to bring up the 150, so 150.
Yes, from where they were to now, a good achievement, but basically, or more so, Kirby's innings. She was not trying to hit that ball hard. She actually used the pace by just guiding it down into the third man area, earning herself 4 runs. So, what a magnificent innings this has been. She is now on 43. That is Kirby.
And there is no.
Yes, so Kirby would have to remain there. If she can get the support from the other batters, she is not out on 43, so looking good, batting well. And one, she was luckily there not to get an edge to it. It went through to the keeper. So 150 exactly for the loss of 8 wickets. So in the circumstances, Trinidad and Tobago, but more so this particular innings from Kirby again, has proven valuable to the innings so far.
Yes, it has added some stability in a sense to the innings, and she's still there, has an opportunity to continue scoring. I will get at least a single. So you're thinking about the second run at the last minute. I thought that she has been running the first run a bit too slow, and they were able to just get the single. So with that single, it has gone on to 151. So the projected score is 212 if they continue at this rate, which means they will pick up at a batting point, scoring 212. But Kirby will have to stay there.
Well, that would be very good of Trinidad and Tobago if they can, but just the 2 wickets in hand. But Kirby being there, that's a high possibility.
Michelle faces up to Henry. She came down hard on a Yorker length delivery, and she was able to keep it out. So I'm sure that all that Kirby is asking of Michelle is just try and stay there, try and get bat and ball, and keep your wicket intact and allow Kirby to face as many deliveries as possible.
That supporting role, very valuable.
Has scored 44 from 52. That's Kirby. So your job is to defend and allow Kirby to do the attacking with the remaining 14 overs. So over number 36 has come to an end. 151 for 8 Red Force.
And Gary, it is so obvious whereby the batter now with Kirby should know, even without a coach telling her, that she just have to play that supporting role, that's Michelle, with Kirby. And if she does so, it will be an interesting total for Trinidad and Tobago. But on the other hand, if they remove Kirby, then those chances of putting a more challengeable total would be out of the equation. But Kirby, she has looked good again, and obviously once she sustains and maintains that form, she is a good batter, Kirby. I'm very impressed, and she not just going and hitting out at every delivery, she has been using the shot selection quite appropriate and effectively. Thank you. And really, our scorers continue to do a good job. We just like to encourage them to keep up the good works.
So Watts has been brought back into the attack after we saw Kirby going after the bowling of Wilmot in the last over. So Vanessa Watts is in her 8th over. 1 for 19. Kirby swinging down towards the straightest mid wicket, and it will go into the boundary for 4. A tumbling effort by like Bryce down at the backward on the long on fence. Couldn't stop it. 4 more to the total, 155.
Yes, and Kobe example of our shot selection is a good hallmark to those players who looking on. She's not just swashbuckling. It was short, and she used the opportunity of bisecting a fielder who on the wide long off boundary and mid wicket and get another 4. So she inches closer to another half century, and really, thus far she has been batting well, and obviously. She is one of the players we can safely say that will go far as a batter in this women's cricket is Kirby, and really spot on. And Trinidad and Tobago should be a lot much more pleased now with her presence and what the total is.
So she's 2 runs short of the half century. White should be signaled by the umpire. And no signal coming from umpire Abbott, maybe indicating the ball came off the pad of Kirby. So Kirby is on 48 from 55.
Wow.
And the face is up to Watts. Into the big swing. Down towards the wide long on. Is she going to be out caught? She is caught by Bryce. She went into the big swing, got it in the air. Didn't time it as well. I'm sure she wanted to, but it went in the air. And Bryce taking a well-judged catch, and the Red Force losing their 9th wicket with a score of 155.
Yeah, a good judgment catch there on the deep boundary. But Kirby should be still satisfied with her knock because her intentions were good, but it's just that she did not get it clear of the fielder at the wide long off boundary. But another very well played innings of 48. And Gary, Kirby has been very impressive so far, and obviously with the form that she's in, most likely she can only get better. But 9 wickets going down now for Trinidad and Tobago, and it is 155 for 9. So by our watches, it's a possibility again, Gary Pemberton, that if a wicket should go down now, the Jamaicans might just come out and bat a few overs. I'm not too certain if that might be the equation by the umpires, but looking at the time, that can be a possibility. But these two might just carry it into the luncheon interval. We could never tell. 9 wickets down, and how pleased would be Jamaica at this particular moment, you think, Gary, apart from the wides that are the ball, which has been 12 wides?
Well, they would be pretty happy with the position. They probably, after picking up the 6 wickets with a score of 97, they probably would have been hoping to dismiss the Red Force for less than 150, but we saw a good knock by Kirby that has taken them past the 150. But Jamaica will be pretty satisfied with where things have gone. And if they were to get the final wicket now, they will start the innings because they still have about 40 minutes to go before lunch. So it's a possibility that they could start their reply before lunch, if it depends on what time this wicket, the last wicket falls. So the last batter, Steffi Sugrim, she batting at number 11 for the Red Force. So the Red Force winning the toss and batting this morning. And lost wickets quite regularly on 14, 33, 35, 51, 81, 97, 125, 144 on the last wicket, 155. So it's 155 for 9 at the end of over number 37. So another situation where the team batting first, even though they are not going to bat out the 50 overs.
Yeah, and this should be a concern to the coaches of those teams who have batted and really have not batted out their 50 overs. So they would know that is an area where they will have to work on going forward to instruct to the batters, look, it is 50 overs, 300 legal deliveries should be bowled or must be bowled if no weather interruptions or for any reasons for play to be halted. But the captain herself, Taylor, is into the attack.
Taylor's come back into the attack. She's probably looking to get the final wicket. And another wide. And Taylor a bit disappointed with that delivery. That she, as the captain, she would want to set a better example to her bowlers or for the rest of the team. But too wide outside the off stump. So we've seen a number of wides. How many? 13 wides?
13.
And a better delivery this time as the batter Mitchell was coming into the front foot and was beaten. So Taylor would be looking to get this final wicket so she can go in and relax while the batters knock off the total that posted by the Red Force. But Red Force, I'm sure, would want to pick up wickets and put some pressure on the Jamaicans. But the Jamaicans have been doing well so far this season, winning the 2 matches, and the batsman making runs. The Nation making runs. I think she would have made 2 half centuries, one in the first game and one in the second against the Leewards when she made 61 from 29 balls. So in over number 38, 156 for 9 in front of her stumps. So she got back on it. If she had missed that, she would have been plumb in front. And from the reaction of Stephanie Taylor, she was hoping that she would have gone to the defense of Mitchell, but she got back onto it. So Mitchell is not going to go after Taylor. She's just defending. Maybe she wants to bat out the 50 overs, Victor, and prove you wrong.
Wow,
so
she's still there.
Current run rate is 4.14. With over number 38, Taylor is bowling a 7th over. Brought a little wide up the off stump, and she just played inside the line, over completed. 38 overs gone, 156 for 9.
Yeah, and even the captain, Stephanie Taylor, was guilty there of bowling wides, and obviously that will be a concern for the Jamaican coach going forward, that they will work on that particular area for all the bowlers. And there is another site, and it is the Scenic Railway, this time making a excursion there, as you can see it right on your
so he's
screen.
coming back into the station, Victor, after making its round.
It appears so
back
from
into the
what it
station.
showed there on the monitor. Yeah.
So outside the off stump, Watts bowling to Sugrim. Oh, that's Sugrim. Steffi Sugrim, the number 11 batter for the Red Force team. 156 for 9. Hitting it in the air over the mid-on, and it will go down towards the boundary for 4. So full delivery, and the number 11 batter Sugrim played it down well for 4.
Yeah, and made very good use of it. That is what the Trinidad and Tobago batters now have to do. Anything loose, try to get as much runs as possible, and she earned herself 4 more runs. So a lot more respectability to the total.
She was given a gift and she accepted gleefully. And the next delivery is pushed into the offside. So 160 for 9. So they scored less than they would have scored in the first game, but 160 could be a fight in total, depending on how well they bowl, how well they feel. If you take your catches and bowl tight, you never know. As Watts to Sugrim. Sugrim is on 4. Mitchell, who has faced some 10 balls, she has not yet scored. And she has been in a defensive frame of mind. The projected score 207. With 9 wickets down, it is highly unlikely that they will get up to the target, unless you can see some good batting by the number 10 and number 11.
Well, and if that is achieved, that will be excellent from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view. But Jamaica, on the other hand, just a 1 wicket to take now.
And Sugrim is shaping up well. It was onto the back foot and just pushed it into the offside to bring up the end of over number 39.
And like you've been referring to earlier, as we see in the picture there on the screen now, the Scenic Railway, now it looks like it's making a trip out as the one before looked like it was coming in. But as our vision is a little blocked by the surrounding of trees there. But anyway, we are back here in the action at the Connery Cricket Center. And these two have an opportunity to try and get some more runs on the board for their team, Trinidad and Tobago.
And Stephanie Taylor will looking to get the final wicket. The captain of the Jamaica team, Stephanie Taylor, bowling from this immediate center end. Red Force batted after they won the toss, and they've lost. They would have lost Sao. She was the first to go. LBW to Waysome for 6. Ramnat, he was thumped by the keeper of Taylor for 29. Taylor first delivery. So we're in over number 40. So they've gotten to 40 overs, or in the 40th over, scoring at 4.04 runs per over. And Mitchell doesn't seem intent on getting a single. She's just been ultra defensive as number 10. Maybe she would allow Sugrim to be the one that will score the runs. But Mitchell so far has faced 14. Another defensive shot. So she doesn't seem as though she want to get off the mark, Victor.
Well, that is a strange presentation in truth. She just defending, and with the field widely spread, we would not say swashbuckler or just try to hit out, but you can just place it and get off the mark, because with the field widely spread, that is an easy option for her as the batter, but it is not to be.
Yes, she probably is batting under instructions, looking to force into the offside pass, the off stump down behind the keeper, down to the finally gave it for a single. So she's finally off the mark from a shot. We was looking to play it into the offside, came from the inner portion of the bat, went past the off stump. A single, over completed, 161 for 9.
And what is very interesting to Gary Pemberton is that you said when these two teams met in the 2023 series of this same nature, 50 overs, CG United Insurance 50 over series, that both teams got relatively modest totals. So Trinidad and Tobago would, if they are, upon reflection, if they can feel confident that they can repeat that performance of 2023, we'll just have to wait and see.
So we're in the start of over number 41. So I believe Mitchell is looking to bat out the overs. He's into the onside. We get a single. A bit of a hesitation, but they get the single in the end. So with that single, total has gone on to 162. And the windwards against the leewards at Warner Park. The windwards 196 for 4 in 39 overs. So the windwards putting up a good showing against the leewards. 196 for 4 from 39.
Wow.
162 for 9 here in the 41st over. As Watts bowls to Sugrim, not taken by the keeper. So we tell you for the windwards, a half century to Zeta James. He's not out on 47. And Crafton made 35. 32 to Fletcher. 30 to Homer. Sugrim pushed down into the offside. In terms of the bowling for the leewards, Hector 2 for 28. Willett 1 for 25. Anthony 1 for 17. So that's the game at the Warner Park with the leewards versus the windwards. And he's driving. Appeal for stumping. Over is completed 162 for 9.
Yes, and really some interesting scores there. Batters who got into the 30s and really did not carry on. But in any event, though, collectively the contribution to the total there for the windwards is excellent. But there is still that general concern where batters are getting starts and not really carrying on, even to get to the half century and even try to go beyond. But collectively, the total is good for the Windward Islands against the leewards at Warner Park.
And Guyana, they were dismissed for 128 in 37.1 overs. Allowed appeal as Mitchell was coming to the front foot, and Captain Taylor inquiringly asking the umpire, how come he didn't give this one out?
Let us look on the monitor and see why she would question the umpire.
As Taylor bowls flatter, faster delivery, we get a single. Swung away into the onside. Campbell for Guyana made 53 from 84. And Fraser made 24 for Barbados. Gordon got 4 for 19. Elliott 3 for 29. And Connell 2 for 26. So Guyana 128 all out in 37.1 overs. Full delivery in the air, down towards long off. And Wilmot a bit slow in coming in. And she should have made a better effort at it. Maybe she picked it up later. She was gazing. But they get a single. So another single to the total of 163.
Or probably she might not have been walking in as the bowler was releasing the ball and getting that start by moving in with the bowler. Should have made a better effort, but that was not to be.
Flatter, faster delivery, and Mitchell is to the measure of it. So an opportunity there, and Wilmot was a bit slow. And Stephanie Taylor a bit disappointed in her fielder at long off. So we still have good sunshine here at Connery. Flat, fast, and we get a single. Now it goes down to extra cover, where fielder is in the way. She feels, and that's Watts at extra cover. So Taylor will continue. One delivery remaining. Flat and faster, taken by the keeper. Over completed. 164 for 9. The Red Force.
Yeah, and really, the Red Force up to this particular moment has done well based upon how they started. And one or two relatively reasonably good partnerships, especially when Kirby was at the crease. And we have a picture there on the monitor now showing us an area particularly more so. This could just be the Connery area, just from the Connery preschool end, the picture that you're now seeing on your screen. Well, at the present moment here at the Connery Cricket Center, it is 164 for the loss of 9 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago earlier this morning, when they won the toss, decided that they will bat, and they're up against Jamaica.
So Nation has been brought into the attack. Another wide.
40.
So she starts with a wide delivery. So the Jamaicans have been ill-disciplined in their bowling today. Too many wide deliveries. Given extra 14 balls to the Red Force team. And the Red Force have accepted them. So they have gone up to 165. Let us hope that the Jamaicans will not live to regret those wides that they would have bowled. And Tobago won the toss, and another wide has been delivered on the onside. Stugrim was looking to swing it over back of the square, missed it. Another extra to the total, another extra, and another run to the score. Takes it on to 166. So the Jamaicans not being able to get the final wicket. They would want to get it as quickly as possible. And playing it fine. That's Stugrim. We got a single as Waysam goes down to short fine leg. So these two have been batting for in excess of 15 minutes, Victor. When they came to the middle, it was about maybe around 12:30.
Well, and I know by the quality of your watch, it's not any incorrect time given to our listeners. Gary.
So we have about 25 minutes to go before.
Well, it's going to be left to the umpire's equation and decision out there in the middle. But here, these two look like they would not give them that opportunity to decide whether they should come back out for how they are batting at the present moment.
So the over is completed, over number 43, and the Seamers of Jamaica just going through the motion in the last couple of overs, Victor, not really looking to put pressure on and get the final wicket.
Yeah, and you're so right, Gary Pemberton, and also too, it's obvious that will be a very great concern for the coach of Jamaica, the percentage of wides, which are 15, which will also place themselves in the column of one of the top scorers in this innings so far, 15 wides.
Taylor will continue. And Easy single to the Red Force team. So with that single has gone on to 68 and a fumble by Wilmot. They come back for a second run. Charter run out, she's out. So the innings has come to an end. Mitchell has been run out, attempting a second run after a misfield from Wilmot. He recovers quickly, had the return end. So the inning has come to an end. 168 all out. The Red Force and Jamaica will have to score 169 to win, Victor.
And that was just because they did not run the first one quickly. So in getting the second run and the ball coming to the end where the batter, which we will consider the danger end, and being run out because it was a direct throw to Stephanie Taylor, who caught it and just removed the bails.
So, welcome back. Good afternoon to viewers. After lunch, we're in the first over. The first delivery was struck into the offside for 4 by Rashada Williams. Now we are seeing a wide, so total has gone on to 5. 5 without loss, Jamaica. So, Jamaica opening with Rashada Williams and Ferron. So, they were looking to get up to 169. So they need another 164 runs. So it is Ferron, Kenisha Ferron and Rashada Williams. And it's Mitchell bowling Keddy Jazz Mitchell, another wide delivery. So the second wide has been delivered in this over. So we've seen a number of wides being delivered in this match, third round match here at Connery. We said that the Jamaicans, when they were in the field, they bowled some 15 wides. And we're now seeing this is only the first over. And we have already seen 2 wides. The total is 6. The target is 169. And there we get a single. Goes down to Alexander on the boundary she fields. So 1 more to total. Takes it down to 7. Welcome back, Victor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gareth Pemberton and all our viewers, as the second pass of this encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, where Jamaica has just commenced their innings in pursuit of what Trinidad and Tobago placed on the board. So quite an interesting and competitive sector of this second segment of this encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Farron will first face a delivery, and she pushed it down to extra cover. So the Red Force made 168, a top score of 48 coming from Leanne Kirby. She made 48 from some 56 balls, and she struck 4 fours and 2 sixes. Then we had 29 to Ramnat, and then extras 15, the third top scorer for the Red Force team. So Mitchell will bowl to Ferron. So we're in over number 1, and the 7, 169 for victory. Victor, you think the Jamaicans will win easily?
Well, wouldn't just definitely say easily, but it is not whereby it's a total that I think it will only cause scoreboard pressure if they get some early wickets here. That's Trinidad and Tobago. Another wide delivery, Gary. So wides coming into the equation for both teams. When Jamaica bowled, they conceded some 15, and this is the first over for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. We have already seen a few wides so far.
So not good discipline in the bowling in this match. The bowlers bowling too many wide deliveries, and won the game. You don't want to give unnecessary extra balls. And we are only in the first over. Mitchell is bowling from the media center end, and taken behind by the keeper. So the keeper for the Red Force team is, I'll get that to you in just a minute, but the Red Force made 168, and for the Jamaican bowlers, Wilmot got 3 for 33, 2 for 28 to Watts, and 1 wicket each. This is driven lovely into the offside. Alexander has some running to do. She makes a sliding save, and they will get 2 runs from a good shot from Ferron. So she's off the mark, and the over is completed. So it's 10 without loss after 1 over.
Well, and she actually saved 2 runs on the deep extra cover boundary. But a good start for the Jamaicans in response to 168, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago for 8. And after over number 1, Jamaica in pursuit of the 169 for victory. They are 10 without loss. So off to a good start. And once these 2 batters obviously would aim to establish a good partnership, even in that sense, it will make the equation get into the 168 easier. But on the other hand, if Trinidad and Tobago make early inroads, it can even make this encounter very, very interesting.
So seems as though we'll be bowling from the far end. And she will be bowling to Rashada Williams. So Sugrim will be looking to get some early wickets and to put some pressure on Jamaica, but Jamaica have started well. Just some 10 runs coming off the first over. 3 wides were delivered in that over from Mitchell. KD Jazz Mitchell bowling the first over from this media center end. So Rashada Williams, who came not out in the match versus the Leewards, 29 not out in that game. So Grim will go around the wicket, and she'll be looking to keep things tight and maybe put some pressure on the batters and pick up early wickets. And so Rashada Williams, experienced player for Jamaica, is facing up to Sugrim from the far end, or the preschool end, the Connery preschool end. Sugrim is bowling around the wicket. She gets a full delivery and push it down to mid-on. No possibility of a run. So the Red Force lost their first wicket on 14. The second wicket went down with the scores on 33. The third went down on 35. The fourth on 51. The fifth on 81. That was a partnership of 30. That was the biggest partnership of the innings. Sugrim bowls flatter, faster delivery. And Rashada was onto the back foot looking to swing into the onside. It didn't time it and get it down to Samaru at Bacchus Square, she feels. And we've not seen any run scored so far in this day. Second over being bowled by Steffi Sugrim from the far end. They needed another 169 runs to win. That's the Jamaica team. Red Force will have to pick up 10 wickets. So the Red Force scoring some 10 runs off of the first over. So they need 159 from 291 balls. 4 dot balls so far in this over, keeping it tight. That's Sugrim. And she would want to end well, maybe even pick up a wicket. Not a flighted delivery, so she's looking to flight in the first over, looking to tease the batter. And so far, Rashada Williams is just playing it safe. So there's a slip, there's a point, there's a cover, and an extra cover, and the mid-off. And Sugrim will go around the wicket to bowl to Williams. Taken on the pad, loud appeal, and the umpire is unmoved. It's umpire Maria Abbott. So over number 2 has been completed. A good tight over from Sugrim 10 without loss, the Jamaica team.
Yeah, Sugrim good over by the left arm orthodox spinner, kept it between wicket and wicket. And a good move by Trinidad and Tobago too, to open with a spin and a medium pacer, just for variety, because the batters who would not be fully settled in as yet, and especially to the spinner, where you might have to use your feet or your judgment as to which one to go to or which one to stay. And it was a very accurate over by Sugrim. So a good start by her, and Trinidad and Tobago can only hope to make early inroads so they can make the challenge more difficult for Jamaica in pursuit of the 168.
So Mitchell will continue from the media center end. Mitchell didn't play in the game versus the Windwards. Isaac would have played in that game. Isaac in that match at 5 overs, none for 26. So now, and Sugrim in that game against the Windward Islands at 5 overs, 1 for 16, 1 maiden. And so now Mitchell seems as though she would have replaced Isaac, and she's going over the wicket to bowl to Ferron. Ferron, who is on 2, she has faced some 6 deliveries. And to tell you that the target is 169. The Red Force team made 168 from 43.5 overs. So Jamaica, if they had to win, they'll have to get up to 169. And that would give them the 3rd victory in this year's competition. And the Red Force will want to pick up the first victory. And it's pushed into the onside. We'll get at least 2 runs. They've come too quickly for the first. They're going back for the second. And that's all they'll have. So 2 more to the total. 2 more to Ferron. She's on 4. And total has gone to 12 without loss in over number 3.
Yeah, and Ferran is moving nicely and getting in line with the deliveries. She did not try to hit that one hard. She placed her emphasis more on timing and placement, earned herself 2 runs. So Jamaica, they're off to a good start.
So Michelle will try once more to bowl to Ferran. And Ferran look compact in her defense. Push the bat down the strip. And there is no chance of a run.
Well, Ferran also too, Gary, looking at her, she is moving across her crease nicely. So that means she's trying every delivery to get in line with the deliveries, which is a good sign.
Driving goes down to cover. The fielder is at cover. And she feels there is no chance of a run. So in over number 3, the target is 169. Ferran is the batter in strike. So there's a slip, there's a third man, a point. Cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off. In the air between extra cover and mid-off for 4 runs. And Kirby at mid-off.
It was in the air. It was wide of short extra cover, and she earned herself another boundary. So Jamaica at this particular moment, they will be pleased with the start they are off with. Wow. Spinner Sugrim is going to continue from that Connery preschool end right here at this Connery Cricket Center. Brilliant sunshine. So Jamaica doing fairly well so far.
So it's Rashada Williams who is facing up to wide delivery. So be signaled by umpire Abbott from the far end. So the wides continue to be bowled. So we tell you that the win was ended on 270 for 5 from the 50 overs. Let us see what will be the response by the leewards when they get a chance to bat.
Well, that is 2-1.
So in the tell you that the Glasgow made 51 not out. Taylor James made 67.
Wow.
And a good bit of feeling in the offside. So a number of the batters got start. Homer made 30, Fletcher 32, Crofton 35, Taylor James 67, Glasgow 51.
2 half centuries.
Sugrim will continue from the far end. Goes around the wicket to Williams. This time she gets it between cover and extra cover. They have crossed for 1 and will come back for the second run as Ramnath picks up and sends it on the bounce to the keeper.
Such a big difference between the 2 batters for Jamaica and the openers. They ran the first one quickly, so the second one was easily had when they came back for it and completed it nicely. So that is also always a good hallmark where the batsmen are running the first one quickly, trying to capitalize on every available run.
So Sugrim will continue. He's 19 in over number 4 and she's bowling around the wicket to Rashada Williams. She will get a single as she's just swung down towards Alexander, who had to come to her left at forward square. Another single to the total. It has gone on to 20. 20 without loss in over number 4.
Good start by the Jamaicans. But I would still like to see, though, when the ball is struck out into the deep areas, that you put pressure on the fielder. When it's obvious that you're just strolling through and accepting the one, then the fielder is not under any pressure.
So Barbados 41 for 2 in the 11th over against Guyana. Remember, Guyana made 128. So the defending champion Barbados would want to win the second game of the season. They would have lost the first against the Jamaica team. They came back and won against Trinidad and Tobago. And they dismissed the Guyana team for 128. And they're 41 for 2 over number 12. So Sugum is bowling from the far end. Jamaica have started well here, and they will get an easy single. Should be looking for a second one, as you said, indicated Victor. They're coming back for it. The return is on the bounce to the keeper. And if it was a stronger and more athletic fielder on the boundary, maybe they could have gotten a chance. But do you think that Alexander should be the fielder on the boundary,
Well,
Victor?
all those things coming from your expert observation is so accurate in that I believe that most of the times you should put your quicker fielders in the deeper areas of the field who can sprint a lot much more quicker and get to the balls.
So Sugum is getting delivery on the stumps, and the Ferron just pushed it back down the strip to bring up the end of over number 4, 22 without loss, the Jamaica team.
And these two are calculating it nicely for the Jamaica. That's the openers out there in the middle. They are not taking any undue risks, not taking any unnecessary chances, just waiting for the loose deliveries. But on the same hand, from the good deliveries, though, they are still trying to get the ones and the twos, which is good because every time a bowler gets an opportunity to bowl numerous deliveries to one particular batsman, it is easier to work out the batter dismissal. Well, there's going to be a change of bowling here from the media center end, and the top scorer for Trinidad and Tobago is now coming into the attack. That is Kirby, sporting the number 13 on the back of her jersey. So quite an interesting move. Let us see if she can put up a performance with the ball as she did in the bat, Gary. So we will just have to wait. But what is interesting, the keeper is standing up.
So she had 1 for 33 versus the win once. And Shada Williams was winding up for a big shot. She didn't time it, and it just went down to Mitchell at mid-off. So Kirby is bowling a first over. The Jamaicans, yes, 22 without loss. Tag is 169. So the first two deliveries from Kirby have been dot balls. So Kirby has had a good time with the bat. She's an experienced player for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And she will be bowling to Rashada Williams, who's on 8. And she plays it in the air to the left of mid-off, and we get an easy single. The hand of Kirby went in the air. Maybe we thought that the fielder at mid-off was as shorter and maybe wider, but it was well to the left and out of the reach of Whitney Cooper at extra cover. So a single to the total takes it on to 23 without loss in over number 5. The target is 169. The Red Force only made 168 when they batted. Less than what they made against the Windwards in the previous game here on Monday. So Kirby is getting a delivery, or bowl a delivery to Ferron, who just pushed it. Total remains on 23 without loss. They currently going at 4.92 runs per over. So the Red Force will want to pick up wickets and pick them up quickly if they're to put pressure on Jamaica. The experienced batting lineup for Jamaica. In the air, over mid-on, and it will go into the boundary for 4. The fielder at mid-on was overhead, a bit short as well. Went overhead and down into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and the field at mid-on, she did not judge the flight of the ball coming well. First, she just thought that she could have been settling under the catch, but it was struck harder than she thought. And the Jamaicans earning another boundary, 27 without loss. So these two making their shot selection very appropriate in these circumstances.
That's Celine O'Neill at mid-on. So with that boundary, the total has gone on to 27. And the over number 5 has been completed. So have the 5 overs in search of 169. They're 27 without loss.
And really, the Jamaicans, they're not up against the required rate. I think they are actually above the required rate at this particular moment. So these two who are now having a mid-pitch conversation in Ferron and Williams for Jamaica, that's the batters. They've just concluded their conversation. They're going back to their respective creases and obviously just working out how they will go about in trying to accumulate runs and in trying to overhaul 168 for 8, which was made by Trinidad and Tobago when this morning when they won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre and decided that they will bat.
So change of bowling at the far end. Karishma Ramharak has been brought into the attack. So she replaces Sugrim. And Ramharak in the game versus the Windward Islands, she got 2 for 19 from her 10 overs, a good tight spell, and they'll be looking to her to pick up wickets. Swung away down towards Alexander on the boundary. So a single to Williams. With that single, she has gone on to 10-28 without loss. So they're looking to Ramarak to pick up early wickets as she had a tight spell against the Windwards, 2 for 19. Ferron comes into strike. She's on 14 from 16. Ferron didn't get many against the Leewards. She was bowled Edwards for a duck actually, so she made a duck in that game versus the Leeward. So we want to make some runs in this this match against the Red Force. Just need 169 runs to win. She's on 14, and Ramarak bowls to Ferron. Gets a good delivery.
Sorry.
So you need 141 from 267 balls. And so Ramarak will continue and she will bowl to Ferron, hitting it deliberately over straightish mid wicket and down towards the boundary for 4. Good shot. She played it well. She just came onto the front foot and played it over straightish mid wicket or wide mid on and down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and very good shot selection, and waited because it was up in her half and she struck it wide of the fielder on the long on boundary into the boundary for 4. So with the percentage of balls to be faced, that even makes it more easier for the batsmen out into the middle to not really put pressure on themselves and just wait for the loose the balls that they've been doing. And as you quite rightly say, Gary, when you get starts, just try to carry on. If the bowler defeats you, well, let it so be.
So she will go around the wicket, Ramarak to Ferron. She's looking good, but pushed it into the onside down towards the straightish mid wicket area. Sugrim is in the way. She knocks it down and prevented any possibility of a run. So the change in the field. Captain Cooper has now gone into a straightish mid wicket. There is a mid on, a short, well, a mid on and a long on. So interesting field on the onside. And this one is on the off stump. And it goes down to Williams to bring up the end of the over, and over in which we saw some 5 runs coming. 35-32 it is without loss, Jamaica.
Yes, and Ferron and Williams, they have given their team Jamaica off to a good start in pursuit of 168, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago for 8. Kirby was the top scorer in that innings. Well, Trinidad and Tobago ringing the changes. There's going to be another change from the media center end, but at the same time, when that over immediately completed, the two batters now dispersing two from mid-pitch. They just held their conversation. So a change of bowling, Gary, from the media center end.
So Samaru has been brought into the attack. And so the captain of the Red Force team ringing the changes, trying to break this partnership and see if he can get into the middle order of the Jamaica team, but you still need to get past Stephanie Taylor and Shadi Nation, who have been amongst the runs so far this year. And so Rashada Williams, she's the opener. She's on 10. She made 29 not out against the Leewards. So Samaru goes over the wicket and is swung away into the onside, goes down towards field on the mid-wicket fence. That's Sugrim. She sends it on the bounce to the keeper. One more to the total, 33 it is. 32 without loss in over number 7. And it's Samaru bowling her first over from the media center end. On the onside, another wide delivery. So another extra to the total. Takes it on to 34 is the total. The target is 169. So remind you that The Red Force made 168 when they batted. Top score 48 coming from Leon Kirby, struck from 4 fours and 2 sixes, and faced 56 balls, getting some turn and bounce out of the pitch. That's Samaru. But Ferron just played inside the line and allows it to go to be taken by the keeper. So Samaru will continue from the media center end. She plays it into the onside down to straight mid wicket. The captain is in the way. That's Brittany Cooper, and she feels there is no chance of a run. So Samaru will continue to bowl to Ferron. Beaten outside the off-stump, allowed appeal for stumping. She's out. Stump. She was brought forward. She was stretching, and the back foot might have just came out of the crease. The Bezo removed. The appeal went up, and umpire Abbott, in her own way, take a delayed. It was a delayed decision, and she's out. Stump. So the batter Ferron has been out. Stump off the bowling of Samaru.
Yeah, and Ferron, who was looking good, but got a delivery that bounced and turned, and we can see it now on the monitor. And probably just a slightly off balance to in coming forward, so we can see from the monitor that it appears that the back foot was not grounded, but the umpire's square leg being in the more appropriate position. So Jamaica losing their first wicket. It is now 34 for 1, 259 balls to be bowled, 135 runs to had. So a higher percentage of balls legally to be bowled, and just 135 runs to be scored by Jamaica if they should overhaul the 168 which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago.
So Nation, Shadi Nation is the new batter for the Jamaica team. She had a blistering 61 from 29 balls against the Leewards. And she also made some runs, if my memory serves me right, against the Barbados team in the first match. So she'll be facing up to Samaru. Just helping around the corner down towards long leg. It will go into or close to the boundary. It has gone for 4 runs. The bad delivery, badly lined, and the experienced Nation just helped it down towards long leg for 4.
Yeah, and really, that is what the batters for Jamaica will have to do. Just capitalize on the loose delivery, even though the fielder chasing down there, try some football skills, was not good enough to pull it back in. So 4 more runs to the Jamaicans total, and really just losing the 1 wicket. But they would know that the percentage of balls is so high that there is no need for no undue risk. Some 258 balls to be bowled, 131 runs to be had. So it's all in favor of the Jamaicans, or more in the behalf of the batting team Jamaica, chasing 168, which was scored by Trinidad and Tobago when they won the toss here this morning and decided to bat first. But the afternoon session is interesting.
So Ramarat around the wicket, and Shara Williams just pushing it down to mid-off. So it was Chanel Henry who made the runs against the Barbados team. She made 93. Nation only got to 12, so Nation made a half century against the Leewards. Chanel Henry got 93 from 69, and Stephanie Taylor would have scored 99 from 99, so she had a strike rate of 100. 11 fours and 1 6 in that innings of 99 by Stephanie Taylor, looking to swing into the onside. Loud appeal, given out. He has been given out. That's Rashada Williams, LBW to Ramarak. And we look at it on the monitor. She was coming around the wicket to the right-handed Williams. So we look at it on the monitor to see if it was pitched in line and if it would have been going down. Looked to have been pitched on. She was swinging across the line, missed it, and the Red Force, they have gotten a second wicket.
Yes, indeed. And that dismissal, we can see that the batter Williams, she was actually kneeling too, and the ball struck the right part of her leg, which was on the ground. If it had hit the left foot of the right-hander, then that would have looked different. But from our vantage point here, looking at it at the monitor, I think that the umpire got it right. So the second wicket going down for Jamaica. It is now, 38 for the loss of 2 wickets. And this brings in their captain, Stephanie Taylor, the most experienced probably player playing in this particular tournament. And she would know that the equation and going, just needing now 131 runs from 255 balls, with 8 wickets in hand, Jamaica, and also now to a very appropriate time for the captain to come at the crease to Gary Pemberton in Stephanie Taylor.
Well, the experience in terms of the number of matches and the fact that she would have represented West Indies, but not in experience in terms of age. There are other persons on the team that is, well, the non-striker Nation is older than Stephanie Taylor. Stephanie Taylor is 32. Nation is 37. As Taylor gets the full delivery, clips it nicely into the onside. Sugrim has some running to do across to her left, and they will have enough time to come back for 2. So Taylor is off the mark with those 2, and the total has gone on to 40. 40 for 2 of the Jamaica team.
Yes, and really, Stephanie Taylor, wealth of experience, very accomplished batter, sporting the number 7 on the back of her jersey.
So Ramarak, flatter, faster delivery. So we're in over number 8, and the Red Force certainly they have picked up 2 wickets, and they would want to continue to pick up wickets, and maybe put some pressure on the Jamaicans. They would have won the encounter last year by 1 wicket, but now they batted first this time around. So let us see how this game will turn out. Flight the delivery, and it goes down to Williams at mid-off to bring up the end of over number 8. A successful over for the Red Force team, 40 for 2, the Jamaica team.
Yeah, and with Stephanie Taylor, the captain, right now at the crease, she would be in a very good position to really calculate with the other batters as leading from in front, and as a captain and the most experienced player out there too, would share what is necessary, what is unnecessary, what can be avoided, what can we get, when can we get them, and all those equations. So if Trinidad and Tobago continues getting wickets, as you quite rightly said, Gary, this will create pressure, because every new batter that comes to the crease usually will have to settle in, and if the bowlers are on par, that will even make the challenge very competitive.
So Samaru will continue, and Nation is punching it down to Alexander. She is is in the covers. So there's a ring of fielders, there's a slip, there is a point, there's a cover point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Badly line delivery, and she will get it down towards the backward square area for 4. There was only 2 fielders on the onside, 3 fielders on the onside, no one down at the backward square area, and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and the Jamaica batters, Gary, too, we have recognized that they really capitalizes a lot on anything loose, whether it's outside the off stump or outside the leg stump, which is very valuable, which is very important, and which can make the task much more easier for Jamaica if they continue to keep away or get away the loose deliveries when presented.
So Samago will want to get back online as the experienced Nation is forced into the extra cover area where Ramnat is in the way she feels. So Samaru on the onside, badly lined, but there's a fielder inside the circle at backward square, but she got a hand to it, but it still had enough on it to go down towards the boundary for 4.
Well, and it was struck firmly too, and even though she got a hand to it, it partially took some of the pace but not enough of the pace that it would not cross the boundary at the fine leg area. And 4 more runs to Jamaica's total, and just 2 runs shy away from the 50-run mark. So going at a current rate of 5.4, needed now 121 runs from 248 legal deliveries. So Jamaica at this particular moment should not feel like they are in any danger trying to overhaul this total.
So it's Ramharak who is at short fine leg and got a hand to it, but still had enough on it to go into the boundary. So the body line delivery, floated up outside the off stump, goes this time down to third man, and the captain is giving chase. She will pick it up, and they have enough time for 2. So 2 more runs to the total. So 10 runs have been scored so far in the over. And with those 2 runs, the 50 coming up for the Jamaica team, 50 for 2 in 8.5 overs.
Yeah, and this has been a very valuable over for the Jamaicans. Some 10 runs so far, bringing up the 50, which is very good. And Stephanie Taylor is the non-striker. She looks on.
So slightly overcast here at Connery. Forces into the offside between cover and extra cover. It will go down towards the boundary for 4. I saw another aircraft leaving the RLB International Airport. So 4 more runs to the total. It has gone on to 54.
Yes, and we'll have to tune in again to the office to find out which flight that was and where it's heading for, Gary. So they will get back to me shortly. But we can tell those of you who might just be joining us, first of all, Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. They won the toss this morning, but they were all out for 168 for 8. And Kirby came to the rescue, and she was the main contributor to the total of 168 by Trinidad and Tobago. But both Stephanie Taylor now and Nation have a task on hand, trying to overhaul the 168.
So Nation is continuing where she left off against the Leewards. She's now on 18 from just 7 deliveries.
Wow, good start.
And Stephanie Taylor is on 2 from 3. So remember, she made 61 from 29 deliveries against the Leewards. That's Shadi Nation. She came in at number 3, and as she did in this game as well. So Stephanie Taylor has made some runs. She didn't bat against the Leewards. There was no need for her to bat against the Leewards. The Jamaicans only would have lost the 1 wicket, but she made 99 versus the Barbados team in the first game at Warner Park. And Ramharak will continue from that to far end, 1 for 7 in the 3rd over. Stephanie Taylor, if they can get a wicket here, if they can get Stephanie Taylor, can certainly put some pressure on the Jamaican batters.
Yes, indeed, and we do hope that those persons who are on that flight to Puerto Rico would be reaching safely.
So Victor has his contacts in
Wow.
the airport, getting his information.
I guess they're listening to us too, and as you mentioned about it and posed it to me, we are on the mark. Really, and here at Connery, it's very interesting, Gary.
Around the wicket, and we get a single as he goes too quickly. Michelle at mid-off made a meal of it. It has gone through her and into the boundary for 4. It was played to the right of Michelle, was a bit wide at mid-off. She made a diving effort, and it went past and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and really, our scorers would have recognized too that because Stephanie Taylor, when she struck it, she called early and was running fast. So probably the field might have just taken her eyes off of the ball, but Taylor earned herself 4 more runs and continues to look good.
So it was to the right of Mitchell at mid-off. So Jamaicans continue to score quickly, currently scoring at 6 runs per over. The required rate is 2.75. Ramarak, who had a good tight spell against the Windies in her first game, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 19. She has picked up a wicket already. She's in her 3rd over, 1 for 11, 1 delivery remaining. And they will go for an easy single. And the fielder at mid-on fields the end of over number 10, 59 for 2, the Jamaica team.
Well, and really going along nicely, and the most appropriate person is out there now, the captain Stephanie Taylor, having a mid-pitch conversation with her partner out there in the middle, no doubt discussing what should be their approach. Well, 110 runs to get off of 240 legal balls. The umpires are signaling to us there that there is now a power play. So, Gary, the two batters out there for Jamaica at this particular moment of the game, they are above the required rate, 240 balls to get 110 runs. So I am seeing it that should not mount any pressure, only unless if a bowler will get a hat trick.
So Sugrim has been brought into the attack, back into the attack this time from the media center end. She would have initially started from the far end or the Connery preschool end. Now she's coming in from the National Heroes Park end. We're bowling to Captain Stephanie Taylor, who is on 7. Nation, who is on 18, leans on her bat. They'll get an easy single from another full delivery. Another single, take the score to 60. So 109 required. We're in at the start of over number 11, been bowled by Sugrim. She's in the third over. None for 7. So the sun has come back out here at Connery around the wicket. And the nation is playing to the onside. A good bit of feeling by Ramnath at mid wicket. She was going to her right and she had to change direction and got her hand onto it. If it had gone past her, it could have been at least 2 runs. But she did well to keep it close to her. And Sugrim will continue from this media center end. So Nation, who had a good knock against the leewards, experienced Jamaican and West Indies player.
Yes, indeed. Well, two very experienced players out there, but the more experienced of the two, obviously, Stephanie Taylor, the captain. But very important too that these two spend time out there in the middle.
So Graham would want to prevent that from happening. She would want to get a wicket or 2 here, put some pressure on Jamaica. Wide would be signal, delivery, not a delivery, bad line on the leg stump. And the wides are flowing fast and furious here at Connery. 15 delivered by the Jamaicans, and the Red Force did, I think, 3 in the first over, and now have at least 6 or 7 wides.
Wow.
6 wides have
okay,
been
confirmed. Thank you,
bowled
Squirrel.
by the Red Force bowlers. Fine. We go down towards the boundary for, well, it's whether they pull it back inside the ropes, so they get 2 runs from a delivery on the leg stump. Came off the bat down towards the boundary, 2 more. And with those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 63 in over number 11.
106 runs to get. What the equation of the balls is far much more than the runs, so these two should get them easily. Another flight leaving. Can you give us a call from the headquarters there at the Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw Airport?
They will get another single as Ramnath has to move to a right at mid wicket. So 1 more to the total. 64 for 2. With 1 delivery remaining in over number 11. So the Red Force would have gotten 2 wickets, but they would have wanted to keep the scoring rate down. That has not happened. And they're scoring at 5.9 runs per over. Required rate is only 2.68. Stephanie Taylor will get a single. Alexander has some running to do. Down at deep cover to her right. 1 more to the total to bring up the end of over number 11. 65 for 2, the Jamaica women.
Yes, and 234 balls to be bowled. So far much more balls to be bowled, and what is required in terms of the Jamaica getting to the runs. In a picture now, more to the eastern side of the ground here at Connery Cricket Centre, because to our eastern side of the ground from the media centre, and where you can see the soccer area and also some houses even further east from the media center here at the Connery Cricket Center. So the Jamaicans, Gary Pemberton, they are in a very comfortable position at the moment. And Stephanie Taylor and are two of the more experienced batters for the Jamaican team are out there in the middle. Very important.
65 for 2 as Ramawat will continue. She has 1 for 12. Karishma Ramharak. And she's bowling from the preschool end, the Conway preschool end. Looking to get another wicket. And Taylor will get a single. Past the fielder Brittany Cooper at a straightish mid wicket. Couldn't stop it. Went down too long on for another single. With that run, the total has gone up to 66.
Yeah, some persons would say with this kind of total to be had and the way these two are going, this is a good platform for them to really build their confidence and their form for future matches in this tournament.
Delivery on the onside. No signal coming from the umpire. Maybe came off the pad, obviously coming off the thigh pad or the pad of the batter nation. And speaking of lots of cricket, the West Indies women team has a number of matches coming up after the West Indies series. After this completion of these matches, I think they have a couple of tours coming up, Victor, the West Indies women's.
And the first tour will be
as
okay.
Ramarak over the wicket, pushed it down into the onside. So 66 for 2. Stephanie Taylor is in good form. She would have gotten 99 if she has been picking up wickets. Flight to delivery, and Nation just pushed it down into the offside. So over number 60, over number 12 has been completed. 66 for 2, the Jamaica women.
Well, also to Gary, as you speak about upcoming series for the West Indian women for international tours, obviously you would have in mind, because I also have in mind, of some of the players that I've seen so far, and if they can maintain that level of consistency, if it is a 15 or 16 squad which will be selected, players have shown potential that they can be a part of that 15 or 16 so far. Well, obviously Stephanie Taylor has placed herself in a position by performance, not by experience, because it should not be how long a person has played the game. It is how much they have achieved out of the game while they have been playing. But she's still playing. She's on strike now, Stephanie Taylor.
So she would want to bring our experience to the fore to ensure that the Jamaican team can win this game here today, the third in a row. On the other hand, the Red Force would want to prevent the Jamaicans from winning.
Well, and in this particular moment, another run to Stephanie Taylor, just played quietly out into the mid-wicket region. So Stephanie Taylor would know, and Nation, who probably, Gary, is the two most likely more experienced batters in this Jamaica lineup. And the foundation is set for them because they're not under any pressure. Field widely spread. And they're going to be more runs.
So the Red Force team would want to prevent the prevent the Jamaicans from scoring freely and pick up wickets. So partnership of 31 from 30. And Stephanie Taylor and Shadi Nation, they're in the middle.
Yeah, and really, they would know, and more so the Captain Taylor will be instructed Nation. We can only go for the loose deliveries, but just keep exchanging the strike. Like this one.
Into the offside, we get a boundary. 2 extra cover. And Shadi Nation went after it, so she rushes on to 27. So she continuing where she left off against the leeward. So with that shot, the total has gone on to 73 for 2. The Required number of runs now 96, below 100.
Yeah, and really, she did a good thing there to Nation. Gave the bowler the first impression that she might just become anxious. She just leant forward, and the bowler putting it down short, and then she rocked back on the back foot and placed it nicely between cover and extra cover. Good playing of spin here by Nation.
7 runs have come so far in the over. And looking to pierce the offside field. She got it down to backward point. So we have seen 7 runs from the first 5 balls delivered by Samara Ramnath, bowling from the media center end. And she's pulling into the captain of Swedish mid-wicket. Over is completed, 73 for 2.
Yeah, and really a good stop there by the captain. It was a short delivery and pulled by Nation, but good stop in the end by short mid-on, no run. 2 batters now having a mid-pitch conversation in Nation and her captain, Stephanie Taylor. And Stephanie Taylor and Nation now working out. There is no need for any undue risk. We will get the loose deliveries. No doubt that might be part of the conversation. But we have to run the 1s and the 2s and capitalize on anything loose. The conversation is still taking place between Stephanie Taylor and Nation in the middle. Quite a little extensive because the bowler now coming from the Connery preschool end, which is the further end here from the media center end, really. And really these two putting on a very good partnership as the required rate now, or the current run rate, or balls to be bowled 222 to just get 96 runs. So, yeah.
So Samaru has been brought on from the far end, the preschool end, as Sugrim fields down at the mid-wicket fence, moving across to her left. So 2 more to the total. And the one in between the wicket is good between the 2 experienced players for Jamaica, 75 for 2 in 13.1 overs.
And Stephanie Taylor realizing hitting the ball into the deep in or the western side of the ground here at Connery, and the fielder had to go to her left. Ran the first one quickly and got the second one easily.
Into the offside, should go down towards the boundary for 4 runs. So onto the back for the experienced Taylor, played it between point and cover, down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and what Taylor did on that occasion, looking at it on the monitor, very, very good execution, whereby she came forward slightly, but because it was pitch short and gave her reasons to extend her arms, she stroked it nicely between point and cover, and we can see a deep cover now going onto the boundary, probably to try and prevent that boundary, but Taylor is looking better and better as her innings continues.
79 for 2. And Sugrim look to get rid of Taylor, but she gets another easy single. Another easy single to the total. It's gone on to 80. 80 for 2 in over number 14, Stephanie Taylor. Stephanie Taylor, 18 from 18, 27 from 19 to Nation, who comes in to strike. Sugrim looking to break this partnership, punches into the offside. There's a fielder on the boundary, that's Ramnath. She comes in and sends it to the bowler's end, so 1 more to the total, 81. Target is 169, so need 88 runs to win. The Red Force would need to pick up 8 wickets. Taylor will get another easy single. There's a fielder down at cover, deep cover point on the boundary. And the return is backed up in the onside by Ramarak, as the keeper didn't collect. 82 for 2 the Jamaica women in over number 14. Samaru in a 3rd over, and over is completed. Over number 14 completed, 82 for 2.
Yeah, and the 2 batters at the crease, they are not under any pressure at all. So, and very experienced are they in Nation and Stephanie Taylor. So, they would know that There is no need for any injuries, nothing out of the extraordinary. They are in a very comfortable position, and with the field widely spread, it even should make their task a lot much easier in getting to the 168 for 8, which Trinidad and Tobago scored when they won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre and decided that they will have first knock. But a valuable knock by Kirby, and it's proven now at this particular moment that if others who got stats did carry on, then they could have been in a position to be more competitive here against the Jamaicans. But Stephanie Taylor is going to be on strike. But Nation, a good player of spin bowling also too, who is the non-striker.
So Ram Harak has been brought on from the media center end. We tell you Lee was at 26 for 1 in the fourth over. Bhaskar has been dismissed. Cord Fontaine bowl at the end for 15. They had to make 271 if they had to win the first game, victor the first game of the West Indies Championship, because they didn't win a game last year. And so they have to make 271. Jamaica only have to score 169. They are some 87 runs away. The Red Force would need to pick up 8 wickets if they are to win. And swung away by Stephanie Taylor. Alexander cannot stop the second run as the return is a bit weak. So 2 more to the total, 84. And the experience of Stephanie Taylor, realizing that, coming back quickly for the second run.
Yeah, and really, from in the deep too, in running the first one quickly, Stephanie Taylor would know it will take a strong and accurate throw to the keeper to run her out, because she would be going, as she did, go to the striker's end where she's just about to face the delivery now.
So Ramarak is bowling from the media center end. Got a little bit of bounce with that delivery. Taylor pulling the hand off the bottom hand of the bat. Went down into the onside. So off spinning Karishma Ramarak bowling to the experienced captain of the Jamaica team, Taylor. And this time it goes for a single. And the fielder moving away to right. Cannot stop it. That's Ramnath. So with that single, total has gone on to 85. So 84 runs remaining. Red Force would have to take 8 wickets to win the first game of the 2024 season. CG United West Indies Women's Super 50 competition. The Jamaicans, they have started well with winning the first 2 matches. And Nation is batting, making batting look so easy. Just gets it down to long on for another single. 86 for 2 in over number 15 with 1 delivery remaining. I just see the sponsor sign, sponsor logo on the field. They have CG United and Dafabet. So Ramnath will bowl the final delivery of over number 15 to Stephanie. Over is completed, 86 for 2 after 15.
Yeah, and the refreshment cart is going to come on now. But quickly, Gary, I don't see the reason now for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to have so many players in the deep. There should be more having them closer to wicket and looking to probably take some wickets or break the partnership.
All right, so we take a short break and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. So welcome back after that break. Kirby has been brought into the attack from the far end. So they're looking to break this partnership. And the partnership has progressed quite quickly, Victor. They came together at 38. So which means they have added some, how much, 48 runs. So good partnership. So 86 for 2.
So the nation looks good.
She's on 29 from 23. Stephanie Taylor is on 22 from 24. Kirby to Nation. Nation has looked good. She has looked comfortable. She has looked relaxed. She's looked pleasing on the eyes.
Yes.
She's an experienced player.
Very accomplished too. Into Gary, that she, looking at her, she plays equally well on both sides of the wicket with her strokes. So there she is, quite relaxed.
News coming out of Warner Park. Leeward's 27 for 3 in the 6th over. They need to make 270 runs. 71. The win was made 270. In the game last year, Leeward batted first at Warner Park. They only made 53. And the win was won quite comfortably. And it seems that they'll be winning quite comfortably again here today, as Nation plays it into the onside. They're going to come back
Offside.
for a second run in the offside. A bit of misfeeling by Ramnath on the boundary. So 2 more runs to the total. It's gone on to 88. They're scoring at 5.62 runs per over. So the 50 partnership for these two have come up. 50 from 49.
Wow.
And Stephanie Taylor made 22. And Nation 27. As Kirby will bowl to Nation. Into the onside, we get another easy single. So they're doing it quite easily here at the Connery Sporting Complex. Another single. Total has gone on to 89.
Well, what is making their task easy too is that the field is widely spread. So every time the ball hits into deep areas, they're going to get runs. I think the better move for Trinidad and Tobago should have been to bring fielders closer and try to get wickets.
Another wide delivery has been delivered. So extras moved on by 1 and the total has gone on to 90 for 2 wickets in over number 16. So this is the CG United West Indies Super 50 Women's Competition. As Kirby to Stephanie Taylor, looking to force into the offside. Over is completed, not taken cleanly by the keeper. 90 for 2.
Yes, and when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowled here at the Connery Cricket Centre against Jamaica, they conceded some 15 wides, and thus far in this Jamaican innings, Trinidad and Tobago has bowled some 7 wides, so 22 wides so far in this encounter. And Gary, that is going to be a general concern for both coaches going forward, to get the bowlers, all the bowlers that is, to be more consistent with their lines and lengths. But at the media center end, the captain Cooper, Brittany Cooper, that is going to come on. Oh no, it is Alexander going to come on. So rigging the changes. But in my view, Gary, the captain Brittany Cooper should bring more fielders in closer positions. This might invite the batters to try and go over the top, but once the field is widely spread, all they will have to do is keep hitting it in the gaps, and when they get the loose deliveries like they have been doing, really put it away for either 4s or 6s.
So Kirby and Alexander will be picking up the attack from this media center end. So she has replaced Ramarak, and the captain Brittany Cooper trying to break this partnership. It's 90 in total, so the partnership's on 52 runs and coming in quick time.
79 more to be had.
2 experienced players. 32 to Nation, who is on strike. A bit of a hesitation initially, but they got the single. A good bit of footwork at cover. Fielder running across to her left and stopped it with the boot.
And Stephanie Taylor in their batting form, not under any pressure, so they will just need to continue batting.
And Stephanie has looked good. She looked relaxed. The last year she was probably suffering from some kind of injury. It seems as though she has gotten over it, or she's getting over it, and she has looked good. And she has been contributing in all facets of the game. She's feeling well, bowling well, batting well.
Yes.
So everything coming together for the captain
Well,
of the Jamaica team. So the total has gone on to 94 with that single.
and as the captain too, leading by example, leading from in the front. Well, no, the Trinidad and Tobago field placing look a lot much more different because, Gary, even though these two have been batting well, we haven't seen the movements by Brittany Cooper, the captain for Trinidad and Tobago, like placing the fielders in positions that they're really looking to break the partnership.
So it's a 7 to field, just 2 fielders on the onside. Because Nation has the tendency of playing squirrel wicket. So there's a third man, there is a point, there's a cover point, there's a cover on the boundary, there's a cover, there's an extra cover, and there is a mid-off. So a ring of fielders on the offside.
Well, even that employment might not be too bad if the bowler going to bowl to one particular side or bowl to the off stump where most of the fielders are on the offside to the right-handed batsman. That might just slow down the scoring rate to an extent.
Anything on the onside will be 4. Wide deliver another extra to the total. It's
8
gone on
wides.
to 95 for 2 wickets. We're in over number 17. Partnership is 57. So Alexander is bowling a first over from the media center or the National Heroes Park end. The Nation will not get a single as the ring of fielders on the offside converging. So the total remains on 95 for 2 with 1 delivery remaining in the over. Some 5 runs have come so far in this over from Alexander. Kirby Alexander in the first over. And Nation was look good. She on 33. Drive in. We get an easy single. Down to Ramharak on the long on fence to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, 96 for 2, Jamaica.
Yeah, and Nation and Stephanie Taylor, pardon me, they are not under any pressure, and both batters now having a mid-pitch conversation. As you see, Kirby is going to pick up that attack from the Connery preschool end, just the far end of this ground here. But Nation would be on strike. Still a widely spread field, so both batters just have to keep knocking it around.
So Kirby continue to bowl to Nation. Nation is on 34 from 31, so the scoring rate is dropping somewhat. And Stephanie Taylor is on 25 from 27. They are 96, so they just need some 72 runs to win. Red Force will need to pick up 8 wickets. The Forces into the offside. They have come to quickly for the first run, but Ramnat got the return in quickly, prevented any possibility of a second. 97 and 5.6 is the scoring rate. The required rate is below 2.5.
Wow.
2.2, but they would not need all of those overs to get the remaining runs. There's another easy single to the total, takes it on to 98. And Stephanie Taylor has gone to 26.
You see what I'm saying there, Gary? Instead of the long off right out there now and the long on, bring them in. See if the batsman may want to take an invitation to try to clear them and miscue it and present a catch. But I think they're just going through the motions right now, Trinidad and Tobago.
Kirby And it goes down to Ramrock at short third man, no chance of a run. So Leanne Kirby, she's in a third over, none for 11. 2 runs coming from the over so far. So the Jamaica women scoring at 5.5 runs per over.
Very good.
Slow delivery. And she goes too quickly for the first run, thinking about the second. Was Samaru is quickly in, or that's Sugrim coming off the mid-wicket fence. Just a singles to the total. Moves on to 99, so they're one short of the 100, which means they're 70 runs away from victory. The Jamaica team to make it 3 in a row here in the CG United Super 50 2024. And with a single has brought up the 100 for Jamaica. So 100 for 2 wickets at the end of over number 18.
Yes, and a very good partnership between the captain Stephanie Taylor and Nation. They are now having their mid-pitch exchange of words and most likely just observing the present current run rate, and 192 balls to be bowled, just 69 runs. So these two should be basically thinking about their aggregate and also to come in not out, because with the field widely spread, there is absolutely no reason for any unduress. And with the 2 most experienced batters, I would like to believe in this Jamaica lineup, they should do it easily.
So Alexander will continue from the media center end. So Jamaicans are things are looking quite comfortable for Jamaica.
Oh yeah.
They dismissed the Red Force for 168. And Alexander would want to break this partnership and hope they can get a couple more wickets after that. Jamaica would want to prevent that. Lovely straight drive, crashes into the stumps at the... And so the fielding completed by the bowler. Too straight, Victor.
Yes, so straight that it broke the stumps at the non-striker's end. And that was always a very good sign when any batter, and Stephanie Taylor, very experienced, playing the ball straight. That is one of the things that the coaches instruct players very early in their career, that the straighter and for longer periods they can bat, it's much better.
Another straight drive, fielding completed by Captain Brittany Cooper. We are not seeing Brittany Cooper come into the attack. She's the right arm medium pacer. She has not brought herself into the attack. She has used about how many bowlers? 6 bowlers so far. And we have not seen the captain. I'm sure they will want to break this partnership. A wide, another wide will be signaled by the umpire Prasad. So 2 more will be added to the total as they went through for a run. It was wide and the keeper couldn't collect. The keeper Sao was unable to collect. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 102. 67 required. 67 required by the Jamaicans to make it 3 in a row. And on the
on a
opposite
very
end
good
of
roll, Gary. On a very good roll.
and opposite end would be the Red Force team, who will be losing 3 in a row. And a bad delivery, bad line, 4 runs, 4 more to the total. And they're 4 runs closer to the target of 169.
Yeah, and what I like about Nation that she really capitalizes on loose deliveries quite quickly. As you can see, that one was going down the leg side, and she got down on her right knee. She's the right-hander, and stroked it into the long leg boundary for another 4. So she is going at a very good rate to Gary. She is now 40 of some 36 deliveries, is it? I have it right, yes. 40, yeah, 36 deliveries. So, and that is good about batters too. When they are in comfortable position, let something good remove you. Don't remove yourself.
So Alexander, who has not looked penetrative since she has come into the attack. And Stephanie Taylor looking for a single. Because the winger fielders on the offside. And O'Neill came around quickly. Had the return in, and Stephanie had to go back into a crease.
Yes.
So no need for no unnecessary run out.
Oh no.
if you want to take it home as the captain of the Jamaica team. They are just 63 runs away from victory, and nation is looking good. Playing it straight back over the bowler's head in the air, down towards long off. Ramarock has some running to do across to her left. She cannot stop it. It has gone into the boundary for another 4 to bring up the end of the over. 110 it is for 2.
Yeah, and Nation was not trying to hit that one very hard. She was more thinking on the orthodox stroke, playing it straight. And even though there is a wide long on, but it was hit into a straight if long off position. So the long on did not have a chance of cutting it off. 2 batters again, once having the mid-pitch conversation. And Gary, like I said before, that this can only motivate them to maintain their form, because there are other matches in this series. And the longer batters stay out there in the middle, their job becomes much easier, and it is coming easier and easier now for the Jamaicans.
59 away from victory, so Kirby will continue from that far end. And they will go through for 2 runs, because Sugrim has a running to do across to her right down at mid-wicket. 2 more easy runs to Jamaica. They have gone on to 112. And Stephanie Taylor progresses by 2. So Kirby will continue from that far end. So nothing really going the way for Trinidad and Tobago. They won the toss this morning and batted, and they only got to 168. And another run for Stephanie Taylor down towards backward point. Ramnat on the boundary fields. So with that single, total has gone on to 113, 56 required at 1.82 runs per over. They're scoring at 5.84. Let's see a plane on the runway at the RLB International Airport. Maybe just landed. Air Canada, it looks like, Victor. It's pushed it down into the offside, is it?
Well, I will try to more give accurate information. It appears so from our distance. You have it on the glasses. You will have a clearer, far much clearer vision to what it looks like. Yet, it's a possibility, but our format will give us what airline it is at the present moment at the RLB. But another run to Jamaica.
So easy going for Jamaica, easy like Sunday morning on a Friday afternoon here at Connery. Another single.
It
So
seems like you know a lot of songs, you know, Gary.
114 for
You're
2.
easy like Friday
I
afternoon.
I learned them from you, Victor.
You
And
learned from me?
I'm
Well,
in your company, so I'm getting
all
some
right.
wisdom and knowledge from you.
Okay, well, it goes both ways. I have been experiencing a lot with you two and enjoying our deliberations together. And, you know, a lot of times that there can be conversations in cricket, but we must not sound to our listeners that it is anything personal. Just different views in a cordial way. And you are the cool groover, many persons have said. And a pleasant good afternoon to you all in the United States. All you beautiful ladies up there listening to our deliberations. Please give me your criticisms at the end of the day, please.
So 20 overs have been completed, 114 for 2 wickets as the Jamaicans are marching to victory, 55 runs away.
Will you tell me that? Hello, and yes, we are here, and it's not ladies' night, it's Women's Day here.
Today is
and,
International Women's Day, Victor.
International Women's Day. Well, you know, the
So you
song
must
is
say
Ladies'
Happy,
Night.
happy International Women's Day
Happy-
to our scorers.
yes, extended to our lady commentators, a pleasant and a most pleasant. And it's very enjoyable working with you all, because you all have been very consistent and very professional, and we truly appreciate your all presence here and what your provisions that you are providing us with. So your services are truly appreciated.
So International Women's, and I think
It-
today in Nevis is Wear Purple Day. I think purple is the color for today.
well, none of
in
the
Nevis.
ladies in here have on purple. What's going on? And
Or
I'm
they have
sorry.
purple as well.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to make that statement, because it carries a lot of send signals. Anyway.
So Ramarock will continue from this day. Well, she has replaced Alexander from this day.
Uh-huh.
And a bad delivery. Another 4. It will go down towards the boundary, giving chase, and she will pull it back. Good bit of
Looks so.
footwork.
Let's see.
So 2 more to the total. So good bit of work down on the boundary.
Nice soccer skills. Well, to all the women around the world who are hearing us, happy Women's International Day. On behalf of Gary Pemberton and your studio, Victor Eddie, and our producer here to my left, and someone is trying to come in.
So
Okay,
Ramarak
just a
bowls
moment.
to
47.
Nation. Nation is 3 runs away from the half century. 47 from 41 balls, and
Good
she
strike rate.
following up on a good knock that she played, good innings, good hand that she played against the Leewards. 61 from 29. This one is a little slower than that inning against the Leewards. Swung away down towards back of the square. 4 runs to bring up the half century for Nation. A good shot, good inning by Nation. 51 from 43. And the experience of Shade Nation coming to the fore here at Connery once again.
Yeah, and our efficient scorers will justify. Did she get any chances in her 50? And we will have to wait for the expert analysis from our scorers, and they have indicated no. So even that too, in that sense, to Gary, has made this half century by Nation excellent. Excellent.
So the Jamaicans are marching on to victory. And Amarak would want to stop that. We get another single that goes too quickly for the first run. But Alexander running around to her right down at long on. So with that single, total has gone on to 121. So Victor, they're just some 49 runs away from victory. This game could be over within the next half an hour or so, Victor.
Well, 3 6s are 18.
So 48 runs away from victory. And Stephanie Taylor would want to steady until the end. Nation, who came not out against the Leewards, will want to come not out again. She's done 52, so I don't think she will get up to the century unless she scores all the runs. And even if she does, well, she will just be on an even 100. And Stephanie Taylor, the experience batter is there. She on 30. Over is completed over number 21, 121 for 2.
Yeah, excellent partnership between these two. And what a more appropriate day than Stephanie Taylor and Nation be doing it on Women's International Day. And Gary will give us the partnership at this present moment between Nation and Stephanie Taylor. So they're really enjoying it. They're deserving they're here in the cricket sense of it, out there in the middle. And Jamaica, definitely, Gary, they're going to take their third victory.
So it's 121, so they came together at 38. So it look like 82 runs is the partnership between these two. So Sugrim has been brought on from the far end. She's for a third spell. And she's now coming back from the far end where she started. She opened the bowling from that far end. She came and she bowling over from this end, and now she's back at the preschool end, trying to break this partnership. Bad delivery. It will come down towards the fine leg area. Captain Brittany Cooper is giving chase, and she will pull it back just inside the boundary, and they get 2 runs, so 2 more to the total. No any signal coming from the umpire. No signal, so 2 runs to Nation. So with those 2 runs, she has gone on to 54.
Yeah, and really, this has been a very super magnificent innings by Nation, sporting the number 8 on the back of her jersey. Looks a very accomplished batter, and no doubt she will only get better as this tournament continues.
So Sogum will go over the wicket to Nation. Drive in, good bit of feeling by Sugrim. He would have gone past, they could have gotten maybe a boundary.
That would have been a possibility.
She
with
made
the,
it look so easy. Was
yes.
powerfully driven back down the ship.
Very good batter.
So Sugrim will go into bowl to Nation. Looking to play it square of the wicket, misses. So Nation is on 54 from 46. Captain Taylor is 30 from 38.
So the the percentage of deliveries which both batters have received have not been at a wide margin. So that is even gives more value to this partnership. Very, very good.
So going to Nation wide of the wicket, wide of stumps. So that the Jamaicans were looking to win, make it a clean sweep, just as the Barbados did last year, who are the champion, and Jamaica are on track to win the third game in a row. And they were looking to make it to win all 5 if possible. And Red Force would want to prevent that, but where things are looking right now, the Jamaicans are certainly in charge. They get a single down to the onside, so another single to the total. That's gone on to 124 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 22. And things are looking quite easy for Jamaica. And the Red Force, if they lose, it'll be 3 in a row, losing. And so they'll be looking to get off the mark. Full delivery, pushed down to Ramarak at cover. Over is completed. 124 for 2.
Well, and Stephanie Taylor would know that she missed out there on really getting at least 4 runs. She did not time it well. It was a full toss. She struck it straight to short extra cover, and right away, both batters still continuing their mid-pitch conversation. And these two taking a great opportunity here to take their form into the other encounters in this tournament that they will come up against. But if Jamaica, and most likely will win this encounter here against Trinidad and Tobago at the Connery Cricket Centre, would then be winning their 3rd game of this tournament.
So Ramnath will, or has been brought into the attack from the media centre end. Barbados 113 for 5 in 34.2 overs. The target is 129, so they just need 16 more runs for victory. And the Leewards versus Windwards. Leewards 59 for 4 in 11.3 overs. The target is 271. Driven back in the air, dropping just in front of Ramnath. Across to her right, she stops it. So the total is 124. The target is 169, so they are 45 runs away. And another single, easy run to Nation. She moved on to 56, so she would want to come that out, Victor, and that will certainly do your average the world of good.
Oh yes, indeed, and really, Nation. What is very good about this innings, she at this particular point have not presented a chance to the Trinidad and Tobago team, but here is some more runs. It looks like the captain is hopping a bit. That is Stephanie Taylor, probably. It's looked like one of her legs. She might just be feeling a little muscle pain. Let us hope it's not the hamstring.
So it's 126 for 2. As Ramnath to Nation, looking to sweep, get it over the keeper head, down towards short, or down towards the fine leg area. And the fielder from short, back quarter square, short fine leg had to run across to her right. So to move to the total, takes it down to 128. As indicated, Stephanie Taylor is limping.
Well, and the thing is that because her team is in such a commanding position, she can afford to retire hurt.
41 required. And Stephanie Taylor, well, it depends on how serious is the injury.
Yeah.
The physio has, well, a message is now being brought onto the field, or change of glove for Shadi Nation. You know that Stephanie had some injury issues last year.
And she's limping quite strongly here, and no doubt requesting some spray. Yes, we can see one of the physios who has gone out there signaling to her dressing room to bring out some of that magic spray, please, for Stephanie. And really, but these two have gone about the task very well in terms of Nation and Stephanie Taylor. Well, two of the more experienced batters in this Jamaican lineup, and possibly and possibly throughout the teams that are participating in this CG United Insurance 50 over series. Well, Stephanie Taylor now is, it looked like is the ice pack bag, if I'm not too certain. And well,
Look, it's in the
it,
growing areas and the
yeah,
left, the right.
but she did not um, iced it for a little period of time. She handed it back to the physio, and you know sometimes ice can feel like fire, you know, Gary, at times. Eh?
So let us hope that she's gonna be better, good.
Well,
But so it look like it's the growing area she's having the issue. But she has decided she will continue to bat as the captain. She will want to take her team home, but without maybe aggravating the injury any
anymore.
further.
Yes. But Gary, I thought though that I would have liked to see a different approach by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the field. In that, yes, they are batting good. So it means then, how much a difference would it have made if you had brought fielders closer to the wicket, inviting the batters to try and go over the top, because they were not looking to break this partnership as far as I'm seeing. You might be seeing it different to what I am seeing, but that is how it appears to me. And that delivery, one play just down to mid wicket, no run. Stephanie Taylor seems to be all right now.
So she's facing up to Sugrim, who is bowling from the far end. And she's bowling over the wicket. So Taylor is on 31. She's facing up to the 128 for two. The target is 169, so they are 41 runs away from victory. The Jamaicans, Red Force will have to pick up 8 wickets quickly if they are to prevent the Jamaicans from winning the third game in a row in this 2024 CG United competition. Not an easy single. So the target has been reduced by 1, so down to 40. And Stephanie Taylor leans on a bat at the far end as the experienced Shadi Nation, who has looked quite easy, quite comfortable. He's on 58. Has a strike which is over 100. Full delivery, should be signal on the ball. Goes over the head of Brittany Cooper going back at square leg. So no ball has been signaled by umpire Abbott. So 2 runs will be added to the total. And there'll be a chance for a free hit for Stephanie Taylor, Victor.
Well, and that was very obvious. And look at when the free hit comes. Eh? And one of the things I have with a lot of rules in the cricket, though, that how often would you see a batter or a batsman getting run out off of a free hit? I believe it would have been better if it was caught and not run out, that the batter can get out.
And going for the big drive to just get a single, that's Stephanie Taylor. So I was unable to capitalize on the free hit. When the Red Force batters had the free hit, they would have capitalized on it and got a boundary. So another single to the total 132 for 2 in over number 24. Still going balls to Nation wide outside the off stump. I know the batting point indicates that if you score in excess of 200 runs, you get a batting point. But it was also, I'm not sure if it will apply here if you can win and your scoring rate is in excess of 4.4 runs per over. If you will get the batting point as well, maybe our producer can let us know if that is the case.
Well, that sounds very interesting because how many teams have gotten 200 runs so far in this tournament?
Well, the Windwards, they would have gotten 2 points because they made 270.
Right.
Jamaica made 200 plus against Barbados in the first game, so that's they would have gotten batting points there.
Right.
So, but we don't know if you win the game and with a scoring rate of in excess of 4 runs per over, if the batting point applies to that as well, even though you would not have batted the 50 overs. I know if in a reduced game, if less than 50 overs and you score more than 4 runs per over, I think the batting point will apply there, but I don't know if it apply for a game that is going the full distance of 50 overs.
Yeah.
And you make the score less than 50 overs, but your run rate is more than 4. So another single to the total takes it on to 132. 133.
Yeah, and that is interesting, Gary, because the thing is, and also too, the percentage of wickets that they have lost is only 2 wickets. So um, there might also be so a situation where even though Jamaica did not have to chase a total exceeding 200 runs, and then only 2 wickets down, present total 133, chasing 169 for victory.
So they are 36 runs away. So they are presently scoring at 5.47 runs per over. So if the inning ends and the scoring rate is in excess of 4.4 runs per over, are they going to get the 2 batting points? That's a question that Victor will answer for us next time we come, maybe on
Well,
Monday.
yeah, because the thing is that it will be interesting, apart from the established system in terms of going over 200 runs, but what if the team does not make 200 runs, and as this position has developed now, we are only 2 wickets down for Jamaica and just 36 more runs to be had. Current run rate 5.39, so that also out of the equation. So Jamaica large and in charge.
So Ramnal to bowl to Nation. So just as they did with the Leewers, they made 99 in 11.2 overs. So that was a very high run rate as well. So if that applies, they probably could and would have picked up 2 batting points there if that will apply. Chased in the second innings as Ramnath to Nation outside the off stump. Over is completed. 133 it is for 2 after 25.
Yeah, and what is interesting also too in the point system is that a team can lose the match outright, but still can come out with points out of the game, even losing it outright for how the point system has been set up. But at the same time, though, with these two at the crease, Gary, we will have to do some more research, like what can be the flexibility in terms of Jamaica receiving batting points, because only losing 2 wickets in pursuit of 168 with 150 legal balls still to be bowled. So these two really doing an excellent job.
So Stephanie Taylor looking to end it quickly. Alexander Hassan running to do a cross to her left. They will get 2 runs. It is getting overcast, a little bit more overcast here at Connery.
Well,
Some high dark clouds, no immediate threat of rain, but it's slightly overcast. The wind has subsided somewhat. You see the flags in the distance, not fluttering in the breeze as they did earlier in the day. And so wind will continue from the far end. Sugrim over the wicket. Taylor's driving deliberately in the air down to long off for an easy single. And that's Mitchell down on the long offense. 1 more to the total, 136.
well, good batting practice for these two for future matches coming up. Both Nation and Taylor. Taylor, Stephanie, that is the non-strike. Good batting practice.
So Sugrim to Nation. And so we are 33 runs away. They're scoring at 5.33 runs per over. Nation bringing up a second consecutive half century. And she would want to come not out. 59 from 63. Sugrim, she's in her 6th over, none for 22. And the required weight is only 1.35. So Nation will continue. Will be facing up to Sugrim. Delivery on the leg stump should be signal a wide, yes. Has been signaled by umpire Abbott. Another extra to the total. Going on to 137.
Well, Nation looking really good. I mean, we all know the capabilities and ability of Stephanie Taylor, but Nation is making a very valuable mark in this tournament so far.
And she's driving. We get an easy single as Mitchell has to do some running from long off across to the left. So 1 more to the total, 138. So they're doing it in singles at the moment. We have seen some 5 runs coming from. So the 100 partnership has also come up for between these two. 100 in 111 balls, so it's 138 for 2. Driving through the covers. Ramarak has some running to do. Not an easy single. So 100 partnership by the two experienced player, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and a very valuable one. So we will also calculate how many other 100 partnerships so far in this tournament. Well, probably this could be the first one, but no doubt there will be many more to come. But these two have gone about their task very good. Their shot selection was good. Their running between the wickets was excellent, especially when the ball was struck into the deep areas. Running the first one quickly and was always getting 1 or 2 extra runs easily because of going through for that first run quickly.
So Dafabet is one of the sponsors for the Super 50 competition. CG United is the main sponsor.
Outcard.
So Stephanie Taylor has been dismissed, caught by Alex Kirby at mid wicket. So the third wicket has gone down, and Ramnath has gotten the wicket of Stephanie Taylor.
Yeah, and Stephanie Taylor is leaving the ground walking quite slowly. So she still appears like she might be in a bit of pain, but her team is in not any difficulty or great challenges at the moment, going at a current run rate of 5.3, 144 balls to be bowled, 30 runs to be had. Easy going for the Jamaicans at this particular time, 139 for 2. Well, the Jamaicans would feel very pleased, Gary, and we can safely say now that they most likely is going to win their third encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So McLean is the new batter for Jamaica. Natasha McLean. She's a right-handed batter. She would have made some runs before, so she's a hard-hitting player as well. It's 139 for 2 wickets. The captain just out. Stephanie Taylor, 38 from 49. She limped off the field, so let us hope that the injury is not too bad and she will be able to play in the next game. The next game is on Monday, so she has enough time to recover over the weekend. So Natasha McLean is the new batter. So you have seen Ramnath has come back and picked up a wicket with the first delivery of our 4th over. So 12 for 1. 12 runs, 1 wicket in the 4th over, 3.1 overs. And Natasha McLean will be facing up to Ramnath. So they just need another 30 runs for victory. I'm sure Red Force will be hoping that they can create a miracle and get the remaining 7 wickets before they can score the 30 runs. Coming tentatively onto the front foot, that's McLean. And Whitney Cooper on a long offense is trying to get attention of fielder O'Neill at backward square, asking her to move to her right. And McLean is pushing the bat down the strip on the offside. So the Red Force, when they batted 168, top score 48 coming from Kirby. And 3 wickets going to Kate Wilmot, 3 for 33 from 7. Ramnath got the wicket of Stephanie Taylor in this over. And so far, McLean has faced some 3 deliveries. She has not been able to get off the mark. But on the other end, his Nation is on 60 from 65. Looking to swing into the onside, given out. Came down the strip, that's McLean looking to just heave it over mid-wicket. She fell in the process, he was struck in front of the stumps. And as we look at it on the monitor, was struck in front, a bit high, Victor, but it has been given by umpire Passad. Another wicket going down. McLean, LBW to Ramnath, 2 wickets in the over.
Yes, and we usually, ever so often in cricket, see that trend taking place. 1 wicket goes down after a partnership, and immediately another one follows. But Jamaica still in the commanding position, just some 30 more runs to be had of 139 legal deliveries, which should be bowled. So 139 for 4 is the latest score right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So the new batter look like Wilmot, is it? Or Nation? Maybe it's Nation. Chanel Henry. That's Henry. Chanel Henry is. She made some runs. She made 93 versus Barbados. So she has some capabilities with the bat. And Jamaica 139 for 4, just losing 2 wickets in this over. So 2 wickets. No runs have been scored so far in the over Victor. So it's a possibility she can bowl a 2 wicket, a maiden 2 wicket over. So Ramnath will be bowling to Chanel Henry. 139 for 4, 1 delivery remaining in over number 27. So Ramnath 2 for 12 in 3.5 overs. So Henry facing up to Ramnath. And she will get an easy single as the fielding could not be, the shot was not stopped. Straight driven back down the strip to bring up the end of the over. Single to bring up the end of that over. 140 for 4, Jamaica.
Yes, and really, they are in command, even though just losing, and the partnership was broken between Stephanie Taylor and Nation, and really getting another wicket immediately. So 4 wickets going down for Jamaica, but just some 20 odd runs, 29 runs actually to be had. So Jamaica 6 wickets in hand. They are in a very commanding position.
So I'm sure that the Red Force will be hoping that they can work some magic, work a miracle, and pick up the 6 wickets before they get the 29 runs. It's 140 for 4, 29 runs required. You're not even going to make mention of the number of balls remaining, because there's no way they're going to need 138 balls to make 29 runs. And the Nation, who made 93 versus Barbados. And the captain in that first game made 99. That's Stephanie Taylor. This time around she made 38 from 49. She made 99 from 99 balls in the game against the defending champion Barbados. So another easy single to Nation. She has, that's Henry. So she has moved on to 2, 441. So 28 required. They're currently scoring at 5.16. And it is Sugrim who is continuing from that far end, the preschool end. Nation will pick up another easy single down to long on. So they're doing it in singles. Last 3 scoring shots have been singles. And the Leewards, we'll try and get an update for you with the Leewards versus Winwards. And Sugrim comes up from the far end. Full delivery. Another easy single down to long off.
So those will be the accurate dates.
So it's 143 for 4.
Yeah.
And the match Jamaica versus Barbados. Jamaica 127 for 6 in 41 overs. Target is 129, so they need 2 runs for victory. 4 wickets in hand. Jamaica need 26. And the Leewards 72 for 7. So the Leewards need another 199 runs to win Victor with 3 wickets in hand. 14.2 overs. And Jamaica doing it in singles. 144 now for 4 wickets. And over number 28 has been completed. So 144 for 4. And Nation continued to bat well. She's on 62 from 68. Taylor made 38 from 49. Farrell made 18 from 24. So the over has been completed. So we have 22 overs remaining. And the Jamaica team needs some 25 runs for victory.
Well, and they are making their task much more comfortable and easy is Jamaica. The sun is back with us. It left us momentarily, but no immediate threat of rain. So all things are equal. Brilliant sunshine here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and Jamaica on the verge of winning their third game in this series.
So Ramnath is continuing, and Nation is the batter on strike. So Ramnath has picked up 2 for 13 as the sun peeping back out here at Connery. And the dying moment of this encounter between Jamaica and Trinidad goes down towards third man, delayed shot, and she got it fine enough. Good bit of a good attempt, but eventually the ball went over the ropes, and that's 4 runs to Nation. She just delayed it and played it fine, and the fielder made an attempt to pull it back, but it has gone into the boundary to bring up the 150 for Jamaica, is it? Or that's no, it's 148 for 4 wickets, and we're in over number 29. So Ramnath will continue from this the media center end. And she'll be bowling to Shadi Nation. And she will get another easy single. I'm going to for 1. So with that single, total has gone on to 149. So it's 20 runs required by the by the Jamaica team. Red Force made 168. Ramnath, who made 29 when she batted, has picked up 2 wickets. So she has had a fairly good outing for the Red Force team, but I'm sure she would have wanted to be on the winning side. It would be preferred if they would have won. But another single to bring up the 150 for the Jamaica women's team. 150 for 4 in over number 29. 19 required. Nation, I'm sure, will want to stay there until the end. She's on 67. She came not out against the Leewards, and we're looking to come not out again. There's nothing devilish in the pitch. Bowling is steady. There's no need to give your hand away. Looking to sweep into the onside. An appeal by Ramnath, not interested. Umpire Prasad. So the over is completed. 150 for 4.
Yes, and really good and strong position the Jamaicans have formed themselves into. Right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. They are chasing 168, which was posted by Trinidad and Tobago. And now 150 is on the board for Jamaica, and only losing 4 wickets. So Jamaica would be achieving their third victory of this tournament thus far, which is definitely in the making. So Nation really batting well, not out 67, the non-striker.
So Sugum will continue. Another easy single. So the Jamaicans are just doing the singles. And a misfield down on the boundary by Mitchell, but the batters are just settling for the single. 151, so 18 runs required. 3 sixes away, Victor, from victory.
Well, yeah, 3 sixes are 18 still, and but there again too, there is no need for any injuries. They just had to play it calm and cool.
And there was Nation back in the way looking to play it fine and almost got it onto our stumps. So the current run rate is 5.15. Required rate is less than 1. Sugum will continue. She's in an 8 over. Another easy single to Nation. So Nation has slowed down quite considerably in the last few overs, just doing it in singles.
Well, yeah, well, at this particular moment too, she has been out there and have not given a chance, and has placed her emphasis on good shot selection, and choices were very good. So all in all, this innings for Nation thus far in my view, is very good. Very, very good.
152 for 417 runs required. Being over number 30. So 2 deliveries remaining in the over. So going to Henry. We get a single down to long on, where O'Neill comes in off the boundary. So one more to the total, 153. 16 away from victory, Jamaica. And Jamaica have done very well. They've been doing very well in this, the 2024 championship. They were forced to have won the toss this morning and decided that they would bat first. They got to 168. And another easy single. So with that single has gone on to 154. So Red Force made 168. Kirby top score with 48 from 56. As the over has come to an end, 154 for 4. And just some 15 runs away, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and really how well Jamaica has played so far. And Kirby too have been having a good tournament so far with the bat. And Nation, who is there, not out. And she actually is on 69. And what is good about this innings also to Gary Pemberton is that Nation in particular, she did not present any chances to the Trinidad and Tobago team. So this is even more significant of her 69.
So Ramnath will continue sweeping and goes down towards fine leg. We get a single. So Nation now seems to be limping, Victor. She's holding the back of the left thigh. And she could have pulled a hamstring. So it has been a hot day.
And Gary, that can be very and extremely painful. The hamstring muscle, but she seems to be flexing it out, but coming close to getting to the total.
Captain Stephanie Taylor is limping now. Shadi Nation, so it's also she has been there for some time, and she batted against Leewards, was there for some time as well in the middle. So fitness is key, and you need to top up on your fluid as well, Victor.
Yes, so indeed, a lot of you can. Oh yes,
big drive over, long off, and it will go one bounce into the boundary for 4. So Henry is now looking to go after the bowling of Ramnath. So with that shot, it has gone on to 159. So 10 runs away from victory. And the way Henry has gone after Ramnath, maybe she'll be looking to anything this over.
Well, just 10 more runs required, but how many more deliveries? 3 legal deliveries to be bowled. That's a possibility, obviously, but how well Jamaica has played today right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So Jamaica in sight of their 3rd victory as many games in the 2024 competition, and the Red Force in danger of losing 3 in a row today against the Jamaicans. And they will go so quickly for a single. Shadi Nation, who thought she had a hamstring injury, but she quickly went through for that leg by. So with that single, total has gone on to 160.
She still just flexing it out though, but you quite rightly said it there, Gary. She has spent time out there in the middle, and that's what we want to see batters doing. Spend time at the crease. You will get runs, because you can only get runs once you keep occupation of the crease, but not just keeping occupation, exchanging the strike.
And she's out caught, played it straight down to Kirby, as she did the same as the captain Stephanie Taylor. She came forward and played it straight to Kirby at mid-wicket. So Nation has been dismissed, caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Ramnath for 70.
Yeah, and very well played, 70. And there are signs too that Nation is coming off with a little limp also too, but very well played. Well, the ground staff going out to do their gardening. The refreshment cart is going to come on, and we will take a short break, and we will be back with you as soon as the players have finished refreshing themselves and the ground staff doing their gardening out into the middle. good afternoon, and we are back here at the Connery Cricket Centre. The ground staff leaving the um, middle at the moment. The players going back into their respective positions. And my producer, I'm subject to correction. Have we seen a flight leaving Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw and going to the Van Samurai International Airport in Nevis? I don't recall that we have witnessed that as yet. Anyway, Gary's back with us. And Gary.
So 9 runs away, the Jamaicans to wrap up their third win in a row in the regional West Indies CG United Super 50 competition here at Connery. I think it have been host to these matches in the last couple of years, the women's competition. I think it have been hosting a number of matches in recent times, Victor, last few years.
Well, you see, and what I would like to see, and I will say it really, I would like to see the now El Comido Willett Park in Nevis fully developed. So when even matches like the CPL come to St. Kitts, and three will be in St. Kitts, three also could be in Nevis, because between the islands there's not much of a distance in terms of traveling. But anyway, that is for the authorities to look at, examine, and obviously try to put that in place. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Gary,
So
Jamaica, when they bowled well, and now in chasing 168, looking very well, and just on the verge of the third victory.
2 more runs closer to victory, 7 runs away, and he could finish in this over. Driven straight down the ground, and it will go into the boundary for 4, because Mitchell down at long off was moving slowly across to her right and has gone into the boundary, 166. So they're just 3 runs away from victory, Victor. Good shot by Henry.
Yes, indeed. And Michelle was looking at wide long eye. I do not know, because she was closer to the ball. If anything, she was straighter at a more long off. She even gone more straighter now.
I think she was a bit wide.
She was a bit
too
wide,
huh?
but
So now
not
comes
so straight
straight.
as she is now. But she would have been closer to the ball than the other fielder, who is definitely wider at the wide long on boundary. But in any event, 4 valuable runs more to
So
Jamaica.
she must just play this one to her right or to her left and get it through a cover. Wide delivery, signaled by the umpire. So Extras moves on by 167.
That's
So
10
just
wides.
2 runs away from victory. 1 scoring shot away from victory, or two wides away from victory. Victor depends.
That's it. You got
From what
it
you've
right.
seen, they could.
So many wides in the game so far.
So this game is about to conclude. Jamaica will wrap up their third victory here at Connery, and is driving. We get one of those 2 runs, so the scores are now level, 168 for 5, and with a single, Henry has gone on to 17.
Well, between the two teams, 25 wides is not a good signal for either team. 15 by Jamaica, and now 10 by Trinidad and Tobago. So the coaches for both teams would be revisiting and having conversations with their players.
So all the fielders are in, 1 run to win. On the onside, we go down towards the boundary for 4. So Jamaica have brought up their third consecutive victory here in the City United Super 50 women's competition here in St. Kitts. Well done by the Jamaicans. They have won by some 5 wickets, 172 for 5 in 31.34 overs.
Well, Stephanie Taylor and all such excellent and super magnificent victory, especially on this special day, Women's International Day. And here at the Connery Cricket Centre, the Jamaicans have a lot to celebrate about, winning their 3 encounters. And Gary, no doubt, will just give us some quick bowling analysis, or how the wickets fell when play started. But really, another convincing win for the Jamaicans, Gary, and their camp would be very pleased. But they have the areas with their bowlers to work on for the high percentage of 15 wides in a total of 168. Not good at all. And then Trinidad and Tobago, in their spell with the ball, conceded 10 wides. So both teams 25 wides in this special encounter, and the coaches will have to work with the bowlers more to rectify those errors of that high percentage of wide deliveries? Gary Pemberton.
Yes, so we're seeing 25 wides between both teams. So we tell you Jamaica have won. So the Red Force won the toss and batted, made 168 all out. A top score 48 coming from Kirby from 56 balls, and Ramnad made 29 from 58. And the bowling for the most successful bowlers for Jamaica, Wilmot had 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 33. Watts 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28. And then Jamaica in reply 172 for 5 from 31.4 overs. Nation made a 70 from 78 balls, and Captain Stephanie Taylor 38 from 49. Jamaica winning by 5 wickets. So that's about it from Connery until we join you here on Monday morning.